621. When Chen Pinggan returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he chose a secluded spot on the wall and was responsible for guarding the wall that was about a mile long. Generally speaking, only nascent soul sword cultivators below the Jade Unpolished realm would receive such treatment. They were able to wield their swords alone and guard an area. For example, Qi Shou, who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Qi Shou also became the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was a strict rule of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and also a special honor. Therefore, even Ning Yaro had to cooperate with Chen Sanqiu and the rest to wield their swords. Pang Yuanji and Jiao Yeho were no exception. However, the width of the wall that they were responsible for was much wider than ordinary nascent soul sword cultivators. It was even comparable to many sword immortals. The reason why Chen Pinggan was an exception and did not attract any criticism was because Chen Pinggan did not break the rule. He was not a sword cultivator now, but a pure martial artist who reared a few flying swords. In addition, Chen Pinggan was willing to take the risk and be the bait to attract the attention of some hidden great demons. Ning Yaro did not speak. The Yaro family's elder sword immortal, Yaro Lianyun, did not speak. The other sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi naturally did not stop them. Coincidentally, Chen Pinggan and Qi Shou became neighbors. Qi Shou did not stop wielding his sword. He was only distracted for a moment as he glanced at Chen Pinggan. This guy did not cover his face with a messy mask today. He wore a green robe from his family and a robe from the clothing workshop. He placed a sword workshop's standard long sword horizontally on his knees. The two immortal weapons that had contributed greatly to Chen Pinggan by killing Li Jun had not shown up yet. This was only the beginning of the offensive and defensive battles. The sword immortals' natal flying swords were like a tidal wave at the forefront of the battlefield, obstructing the demon army of the wildlands. Then came the demons that slipped through the net, requiring the earth immortal sword immortals to wield their swords to kill them. After that, if there were any demons that were lucky enough to survive, they would charge through the second sword formation, only to be greeted by a swarm of flying swords from the middle 5 realms. This was a form of sword practice in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From the Cave Abode realm to the Dragon Gate realm, sword cultivators of the 3 realms, even if their realms weren't high, would become more familiar with the battlefield and become more connected with their natal flying swords. Naturally, their attacks would become faster and faster. Qi Shou shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Pinggan's sword. When Chen Pinggan went out of the city to fight Li Jun, Qi Shou was in seclusion and did not have the chance to witness it. He could only hear about it afterward. Even a proud sword immortal like Qi Shou had to admit that it was a matter of great regret. Chen Pinggan did not hold back when he attacked today. All 4 flying swords flew out at the same time as if he was clinging to Buddha's feet at the last minute. It was unknown who he had learned a camouflage technique from. The appearance of the 4 flying swords was constantly changing. Demons of the upper 5 realms and the nascent soul realm could naturally see through the clumsy camouflage technique with a glance. However, it was enough to deal with the demon army that was charging forward. After being obstructed by the 4 flying swords, it was easy to suffer and would be more miserable. There was also a little trick. The demons that charged to the front would die under the swords first. Therefore, many demons continued to charge forward, but they could not help but slow down their pace. Compared to Chen Pinggan's concentration, it was easier for Qi Shou to block the enemy. He was distracted and did not affect the direction of his own battle. The demon army in the wasteland could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. However, they were still far from the city. For a sword immortal like Qi Shou who had experienced 3 great battles, it was easy to deal with them. Moreover, Qi Shou had 3 natal flying swords. The flying kite was extremely fast and had an advantage in a one-on-one battle. The heartstring was most suitable for a protracted battle. It was the least afraid of the demon's rough flesh and tough physique. As for the most mysterious flying sword, Jumping Pearl, it was an excellent prophecy from a Taoist saint, sitting on the Milky Way, the rain falls on the world. It was the same as the great sword immortal Yu Qing's natal flying sword, Skylark in the Sky, and Yao Lianyun's natal flying sword, Depths of the White Clouds, which could create seas of clouds. It was the best way to deal with the enemy on a large scale. As a result, although Qi Shou had just reached the nascent soul realm, it was extremely easy for him to defend a small section of the city. Generally speaking, all sword immortals, whether they were sword immortals with abundant spiritual qi or sword immortals of the middle 5 realms with relatively thin spiritual qi, had reached a point where they needed to be careful and meticulous. Only then would the battle become dangerous. When the time came, the city would be surrounded by danger. There would be more and more people who would be forced to retreat from the city or die on the spot. Regardless of whether they were demon cultivators who had already embarked on the path of cultivation or demon beasts who had yet to take human form, as long as they were unlucky or dared to change their route and intrude into Qi Shou's territory, they would all be tortured to death with the flying kites. Qi Shou had always used the flying kites to kill his enemies. His methods had always been cruel. He liked to exploit the flesh of demons and expose their bones, making them suffer a fate worse than death. Some of the more troublesome ones would be dealt with by his second flying sword, heartstrings. The longer the stalemate, the smaller their chances of victory would be. This was because heartstrings was given time to accumulate power. This flying sword could attack even faster than the flying kites. Moreover, it could rely on the subtle circulation of spiritual qi in the miniature world to search for the enemy's key acupuncture points on its own. Qi Shou glanced at the corpses strewn across the battlefield in the distance. Back then, when he had first climbed the city walls to attack, he had seen a similar scene. During a break in the battle, he could not help but ask a question. Why were these beasts not afraid of death? A sword immortal smiled and gave the answer. There was no one who was not afraid of death. However, in the wilderness, life was the most worthless. This was the same for cultivators. Only by becoming a sword immortal could they change their fate and become a bit more valuable. It would not be so easy for them to die below the city walls. For the time being, Qi Shou did not use the jumping bead. There was no need for it. In the battle between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness, the key was never the peerless glory of a sword immortal, nor was it the shocking true body or divine ability of a greater demon. It had always been a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition, and it was a battle of attrition. It was a battle of attrition, and it was a battle of attrition. Countless lives were lost in the wilderness, while the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the accumulation of spiritual qi of every sword cultivator. Whoever gave up first was the loser. In the last great year of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sword immortal embryos had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The reason why they had almost lost everything and almost all the young geniuses had been killed was because the Great Wall of Sword Qi had lasted until the very end. After that painful lesson, more and more cross-continent ferries had been sent to the inverted hanging mountains. The Nalan clan and the Yang clan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had risen to prominence, and their business with righteous majesty grew larger and larger. They had wantonly purchased medicinal pills and talisman magical treasures that sword cultivators had looked down upon as a precaution. Depending on the ferries, a trip to the inverted hanging mountains could bring them huge profits. Righteous Majesty's 9 great continents had seen the rise of new immortal clans and powerful clans. They were brimming with wealth and were overflowing with oil. The leader of these clans was the Snowy Peak Continent's Liu clan. There was also the Fuyao Continent's Shanshui Cavern, the North Continent's Jadewood sect, the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City, and the Rain Dragon sect, which was an important transit hub, among others. Across Chen Pinggan was a female sword immortal from the Snowy Peak Continent, Xie Songhua. She had only arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi at the end of the previous winter. Her reputation had not been prominent, and she had been living in a private residence left behind by a sword immortal between the city walls. As she had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she did not have any battle achievements and was only staying there temporarily. Xie Songhua had almost never interacted with outsiders. She had not shown her face in many lively events. Now that she had summoned her life-bound flying sword, its momentum could only be described as mediocre. The flying sword was neither fast nor slow, and the sword light and sword intent were ordinary. It was just enough to kill enemies. Qi Shou could not help but glance at the bamboo sword case on Xie Songhua's back. She should be the person who was fishing with Chen Pinggan. It was said that she was only at the Jade Unpolished realm. This left Qi Shou puzzled. As long as a demon took the bait, to be able to trouble Xie Songhua to use her sword, the one that took the bait was definitely a big fish. Even if Xie Songhua was a sword immortal at the bottleneck of the Jade Unpolished realm, would she really implicate Chen Pinggan and end up being dragged away by the big fish instead? Could this Xie Songhua be the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the killing power of a single sword? There were such strange sword immortals in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but there were not many of them. They were most adept at fighting in pairs, and liked to fight to the death with a single sword strike. After a single sword strike, as long as the opponent did not die, it would usually be their turn to die. Therefore, such sword immortals did not live for long in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From right to left, it was Qi Shou, Chen Pinggan, and Xie Songhua. They each guarded a spot. There were no substitute sword cultivators behind the three of them. During this period, Fan Dash sneaked over once, but did not dare to stay any longer. He left a flask of wine and ran off. Chen Pinggan opened the flask and took small sips of wine. He had been paying attention to the movements of the demons on the battlefield all along. Unlike Qi Shou's almost cruel and fierce methods, Chen Pinggan tried his best to kill with a single strike. At the very least, he should be able to injure the foundation of the demon's physical body with every strike of his sword, or make it difficult for him to move. This was also something that could not be helped. After the battle with Li Jun, he had fallen 3 realms in a row. Originally, he had quite a good foundation of spiritual qi. For example, the water mansion could no longer be restored to its peak by refining the water elixir. Once he operated his spiritual qi at all costs, it would only increase the number of cracks that could be repaired by the water character seal, and accelerate the peeling off of the painted water deity picture on the wall. The small pond in the water mansion below the water character seal would also leak. To put it simply, if the water mansion could hold 1 kati of water qi before, now it could only hold 3 to 4 katis of water qi. Once too much of the sword will was exhausted, his mind would be haggard. If he used the spiritual qi of his trump card to support each strike of the sword, he would only fall into a vicious cycle. Relying on the acquired elixir to replenish the spiritual qi of the water mansion, the spiritual qi of water qi would dissipate greatly. It was no different from squandering. In the end, it would lead to the waste of the water elixir of the Mirage Water Deity Palace. This was not the most troublesome thing. After the great refinement, even if Song Zhen and Ku Lei were imitations of the hateful Sword Mountain, the sharpness of the flying sword was not lacking. It was just that they lacked the unique natal magical power of the flying sword. To a certain extent, it was the same for the 1st and 15th level cultivators. There was a world of difference between a sword cultivator and a natal flying sword. Needless to say, Chen Pinggan had personally experienced Qi Shou's 3 natal flying swords. For example, Jiyu Jianlong's white arsenic was a natal flying sword that was worthy of its name. Its grade was extremely high. Therefore, as long as it hurt the enemy, it would usually kill the enemy. Once the white arsenic really hurt the enemy's body, the sword would be able to infiltrate the enemy's acupoints and qi mansion. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was just that solving problems was originally cultivation. Carefully controlling the loss of spiritual qi in the 4 key acupoints, he repaired the foundations of the water mansion, the mountain temple, and the wooden house. The spiritual qi in each acupoint was about to be exhausted. For example, the water mansion seemed to have come to light. Many floors became clearer. He immediately closed the door of the mansion and no longer used the spiritual qi here. The boys in green began to be busy and became menders. On the other side of the wooden house, there was the yin spirit mustard seed guarding. On the other side of the mountain temple, there was a golden figure helping to patrol. The war was urgent and did not allow Chen Pinggan to cultivate his mind in the city. Therefore, he took a step back and used the war to nourish the war. Taking this opportunity, he took the initiative to find every small flaw in the foundation of cultivation. Even if this would reduce the effect of the elixirs stored in the Ning Mansion and the bottle of water elixir of the Mirage Water Palace, there was no need to be too calculative. Killing demons on the battlefield could also make money. In particular, The Great Wall of Sword Chi had a written rule that was extremely beneficial to Chen Pinggan. When killing demons, it was also a golden core demon. The money earned by killing it was vastly different from that of a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms. The latter's income was far greater than that of a sword immortal. Therefore, Chen Pinggan was killing demons to earn money as a second realm cultivator. The secluded official lineage and the Confucian lineage who were in charge of the battle supervisor and scribe had no objections to this. Both sides felt that Chen Pinggan deserved additional benefits by lowering his cultivation level through his own ability and acting as bait. Chen Pinggan seemed to be focused on controlling the 4 swords to kill enemies on the battlefield, but in fact, he was also distracted to observe the battle from both sides. Qi Shou, who was already at the nascent soul realm, attacked with his sword. It was completely different from the battle on the street. As for sword immortal Xie Songhua's attack, it was even more simple and unadorned. She relied on her unknown intrinsic flying sword. Just the sharpness of her attack was enough to allow Chen Pinggan to gain more insights. Chen Pinggan was ultimately not a pure sword cultivator. The mental and spiritual energy he expended while controlling a flying sword was far more exaggerated than a sword cultivator's. The Golden Body Realm's tough physique naturally had its benefits. It could strengthen one's soul and intent, but it was ultimately incomparable to a sword cultivator's attack. As for the demon army's flood of death, it would not stop for even a moment. Therefore, Chen Pinggan often needed to drink wine. There was a lot of knowledge in the wine. By the side, Qi Shou was somewhat amused. It was truly difficult for this second manager who was puffing himself up at his own cost. It was best if the person holding the pole could not hold on before the big fish took the bait. However, the slightly pale young man's eyes turned brighter. Ignoring the fact that it was somewhat difficult to sustain a flying sword for a long period of time to kill demons, just Chen Pinggan's tenacity and the way he handled many details left Qi Shou in a different light. Although they were opponents who had nearly exchanged their lives, Qi Shou was not so petty as to wish for Chen Pinggan to be injured again and again on the city walls, ultimately damaging his great Dao foundation. Therefore, Qi Shou said telepathically, "If you don't mind, you can deliberately let a bunch of beasts charge through the battlefield of the 4 swords. Let them approach the city walls while I conjure my flying sword and jump pearls to reap some battle merits. Otherwise, in the long run, you won't be able to defend the battlefield." Chen Pinggan was now a second realm cultivator and could not even use telepathic ripples. He could only rely on the martial arts method of condensing his voice into a line and said to Qi Shou, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it for the time being. I have to be more miserable before I have a chance to catch a big fish. After that, even if you don't ask, I will ask for your help." Wasting 1 or 2 water cores for nothing and even implicating the 4 key aperture points, making it harder for him to use his sword. However, as long as he could successfully catch a demon of the upper 5 realms, it would be a huge profit. This was how things should be settled. The female sword immortal Xie Songhua of the Snow-White continent was just as Qi Shou had guessed. She was indeed the kind of sword cultivator who pursued the extreme sword intent. She practiced the sword all her life and had always been committed to clearing the sky and clearing the earth after using her sword. Xie Songhua was very honest. After the sword immortal boss chose her to help Chen Pinggan copy the net, Xie Songhua and Chen Pinggan had a heart-to-heart talk. The female sword immortal went straight to the point and said that she came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to obtain 1 or 2 great demons as a sacrifice to her sword. After the matter was done, she would immediately return to the Snow-White continent after obtaining the benefits and fame. Chen Pinggan felt somewhat relieved. Qi Shou smiled and asked, "Why not ask your ally, sword immortal Xie Songhua, for help?" Chen Pinggan said, "I don't dare to not repay a favor owed to a sword immortal. How much to repay is a big problem, but the favor owed to you is much easier to repay. This war is destined to be long. Between us, it's hard to say who owes who a favor in the end." Qi Shou felt that this guy was still as annoying as before. After a moment of silence, he tacitly agreed to Chen Pinggan's request. Then he asked curiously, "How much of your difficult situation is real and fake?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "You won't believe anything I say. Why are you still asking?" Qi Shou pretended to be helpless and said, I'm not idle. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, I'm temporarily invincible. It's so lonely. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I can have a nascent soul sword cultivator and a sword immortal as my gatekeepers. It's even lonelier. Qi Shou raised his middle finger. Chen Pinggan took the time to drink a mouthful of wine. The wine pot was the style of the Bamboo Sea Paradise wine from his shop. It concealed a profound principle. The wine in the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist had melted a water core. Unless it was a critical moment, he did not need to drink this wine. From time to time, Fan Dash would send over a wine pot to replenish his spiritual qi. There was no need to worry for now. As for the few precious pills among the 15 square-inch items, they were even more targeted. They were mainly used to deal with the situation where the spiritual qi in the mountain shrine and the wooden house was drying up. On the battlefield, there were all kinds of strange things. Suddenly, a sea of clouds covered the battlefield in a radius of 100 miles. Looking from afar from the top of the city, a speck of light suddenly rose and broke through the sea of clouds. With a ray of light, it fell into the sea of clouds again and landed on the ground. It was like a thunderclap. After sneakily dodging the first sword immortal's sword formation, a demon cultivator suddenly revealed his true form. Without exception, he was clad in silver armor and led the charge. He was able to deflect the flying swords of several Earth Immortal sword cultivators. Before he was targeted by a sword immortal and killed, he attempted to create a talisman formation that would not stand on the battlefield. Instead, it would go deep into the ground. The great demon Chong Guang personally led the mountain shifter demons and still revealed their huge true forms. They tirelessly threw mountain peaks, like catapults on the vast battlefield of the mortal world. There was also an unknown great demon that stopped at an extremely high altitude. He held a crystal clear white jade bottle in his hand. The bottle's opening poured down and pointed downwards at the top of the great wall of sword aura. A river poured out. The water was white but did not fall to the ground. It collided with the torrent of sword aura from the great wall of sword aura. There would be a great demon that was stealthily lurking deep underground that would suddenly break out of the ground and reveal his true form that was thousands of feet long. He was like a dragon or a snake as he attempted to destroy the natal flying swords of many Middle Five Realms sword cultivators. However, he was instantly detected by a great sword immortal, Li Tuimi, on the top of the city wall. He repelled him with a sword and his huge body sank back into the ground as he attempted to retreat from the battlefield. The flying swords chased after him, causing the earth to shake. The sword radiance under the ground flourished. Even though there was a thick layer of earth between them, the dazzling sword radiance could still be seen. There were also demon race cultivators that were fleeing everywhere. After dodging the great sword immortal flying sword formation, they stood in front of the second sword formation and suddenly threw out what seemed like a handful of gravel. As a result, hundreds of huge skeleton-clad puppets instantly appeared on the battlefield. They used their huge bodies to capture the natal flying swords. Once a flying sword landed on them, it would explode on the spot. As they were at the border of the two sword formations, white bones and armor splattered everywhere. The earthly immortal realm sword cultivators might only be able to damage the edges of their flying swords, but the natal flying swords of many Middle Five Realms sword cultivators would be directly penetrated or even shattered. When they were truly on the battlefield, some sword cultivators would completely forget the flow of time. They would be on the other end of the spectrum, trembling in fear as each day felt like a year. Day and night alternated. The 3 moons that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was incomparably familiar with in the wilderness seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. It was as if the moonlight was getting closer to the battlefield and favored the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qi Shou glanced at Chen Pinggan and reminded him, "Be careful that you don't fail to catch the bait. Instead, you will be exhausted to death. If this continues, you will only be able to withdraw your sword once." If it was just an ordinary sword strike to block the enemy, Chen Pinggan's mental exhaustion would not be so great. This required Chen Pinggan. He had been tense all this time in case something unexpected happened. After all, he did not know where a certain great demon was hiding or when he would strike. Once he was sinister and did not seek to kill, he would only seek to destroy Chen Pinggan's 4 flying swords. To Chen Pinggan, this was no different from a serious injury. Chen Pinggan lifted the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. He said quietly, "Therefore, both sides are competing in patience and acting skills. If the other party does not dare to bet on a big win and really forces me into a corner, I might as well withdraw my flying swords and call for a substitute. At most, I won't be the bait." The battlefield was filled with incomplete and wandering souls, and they were ceaselessly minced into pieces by the sword lights. It was another type of tragic scene that covered the entire battlefield. Invisibly, as the corpses piled up into mountains and the sword immortals struck the ground repeatedly, the battlefield shattered. It was not as if the formation masters of the wilderness of wasteland were allowed to stabilize the ground and build up the battlefield at will. However, the bloody stench and the evil aura of the demon race grew thicker and thicker. Even though the sword immortals and their natal flying swords had long prepared a countermeasure, they used the unique abilities of their flying swords to wander around the battlefield and do their best to wash away the evil aura. As time passed, it was still difficult to stop some kind of momentum from gathering. This caused the sword cultivators' originally clear vision of the battlefield to gradually become blurry. This was the time to fight for the heavens. On the other hand, the demon race army of the wilderness of wasteland was charging and breaking through the enemy lines. They were increasingly irrational and fearless of death. In fact, more and more demon race cultivators even had a purer will to die when they first stepped onto the battlefield. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were not the only ones who were willing to die. Therefore, the Daoist saint who guarded the sky screen pulled out a strand of the snow-white foamtail from his hand and threw it to the ground. On the battlefield, a torrential rain fell without warning. The atmosphere was refreshing. Immediately, a great demon sitting high in the sea of clouds appeared. She looked like a lady from a noble family. She was extremely beautiful and wore 2 jade bracelets on each of her wrists. One was white and the other was black. The 2 bracelets flowed with brilliance. They did not cling to her skin and instead floated in the air. There were colorful ribbons that swayed slowly on her body. Her flowing black hair was also tied up by a series of golden bracelets, but in reality, it was spinning in the air. She took out an ancient scroll from her sleeve and gently unfurled it. There were continuous mountain ranges in the painting. The mountains were surrounded by mountains and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was as if the mountains and rivers had been moved and imprisoned in the painting by an immortal's divine ability. It was not a simple painting. The great demon who was wearing a robe of red clouds smiled and took out a seal. She breathed out her primordial true chi on the seal and gently imprinted it on the painting. The seal bloomed with rays of light, but the painting that was originally in the style of green mountains and rivers gradually dimmed. She gently pushed the painting. Except for the seal and the words that were left on the ground, the entire painting instantly disappeared. In the sky above the battlefield, a magnificent painting that was thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles wide appeared. Not only that, the painting's spiritual chi spread out in an attempt to stop the torrential rain. The heavy rain fell on the green landscape painting. Not a single drop of rain fell on the battlefield. However, at the real mountain range of the desolate world depicted in the painting, a rain filled with spiritual chi began to fall. The old Daoist waved his horsetail whisk and shattered the painting. The painting condensed again. Therefore, the rainwater that was formed by the tail of the bird fell on the battlefield again and was blocked by the painting. Then, the old Daoist smashed the painting again with his horsetail whisk. When the seal in front of the woman became dimmer and finally shattered with a bang, she smiled sweetly. "Old immortal, you've given me a generous gift. I won't be polite." When the woman took out the seal again, a sword light that cut through the sky came crashing down. The 2 black and white bracelets on the woman's wrist and the golden ring that bound her hair flew out of their own accord and collided with the sword light. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a fiery rain fell from the sky. Although the woman blocked the sword light, she had to retreat more than 100 miles. She lowered her head and looked at the bracelets on her wrist. Fortunately, they were only slightly damaged. She no longer used the painting to block the rain and continued to watch the battle from afar. The person who attacked from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was Lu Ji. She remembered it. Once a woman held a grudge against another woman, she would often be even more ruthless. When Chen Pinggan had to withdraw all his flying swords in one breath, no great demon took the bait in the end. It was unexpected, but reasonable. Xie Songhua and Qi Shou didn't need to communicate at all. They immediately joined forces to help Chen Pinggan kill the demons. Each of them shared half of the battlefield so that Chen Pinggan could rest a little and be ready to attack again. The battle had just begun. Now, most of the demon army was like ants that were sacrificing their lives to fill the battlefield. There weren't many cultivators. In fact, compared to the previous 3 battles, the wilderness was even more patient this time. The sword cultivators' sword formations were interlocked and each had their own duties. As for the demon army, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of hierarchy. It was no longer incomparably rough. However, there were still occasional connection problems in various parts of the battlefield. It seemed that the people in charge of commanding and dispatching were still inexperienced. The sword cultivators practiced the sword, and the demons practiced martial arts. 3 moons were in the sky. On the scholarly sage side, an unfamiliar old man in a scholarly robe appeared. He was looking up at the 3 moons. The old man was the number 1 person in the south swirling continent, the mellow scholar Chen Chunan. Chen Chunan retracted his gaze and smiled at the students in the distance. Go and help. Remember to do as the Romans do. The group of young people dispersed. The scholarly sage, who was also of the secondary sage lineage, said, "There are a lot of scholars." Chen Chunan said, "There are a lot of such good materials in the south swirling continent." The scholarly sage smiled and said, "After all, it's not the vast world. Here, if you want to talk to the sword immortal, you have to do something." Chen Chunan nodded and raised his hand high. The bright moon in the sky of the wilderness shook slightly, as if it was about to be dragged toward the old man and eventually into his sleeve. A great demon with a throne appeared out of thin air, between the moon in the sky and the old man on the city wall. Chen Pinggan returned to the top of the city wall and continued to attack with his sword. Xie Songhua and Qi Shou gave up the battlefield to Chen Pinggan. A tall, scholarly young man sat quietly at the side. He didn't say anything and didn't disturb Chen Pinggan's attack. He just stared at the battlefield for a long time and finally said, "You just have to pretend that you don't have enough strength and let them all in. The closer they are to the city wall, the better." Chen Pinggan didn't hesitate and retreated on his 4 flying swords. He allowed the demon army under his jurisdiction to swarm forward. Liu Xianyang closed his eyes as if he was in a dream. Qi Shou turned his head to look at the strange scholar who seemed to be sleeping with his eyes closed, and then looked at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. At the moment when Qi Shou was about to summon his flying swords, Liu Xianyang opened his eyes. On the battlefield where Chen Pinggan was stationed, the demons were all dead. Not a single one survived. Even sword immortal Xie Songhua couldn't help but turn to look at Liu Xianyang. This was because she didn't sense any spiritual energy ripples. Not a single wisp of sword chi appeared. There wasn't even any trace of sword intent on the battlefield. Chen Pinggan carefully observed the battlefield that suddenly turned silent. It was dead silent. They were truly dead. Liu Xianyang seemed to find it unbelievable. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Are they that weak?" Just as Xie Songhua and Chen Pinggan's thoughts stirred at the same time. Qi Shou casually whispered, "It's coming." Liu Xianyang, who only carried a standard long sword of the sword workshop on his back, replied with an "Oh." The long sword on his back unsheathed by itself and drew an arc in the air. Then, a golden celestial being of unknown origin appeared in the air, holding an ordinary long sword in his hand. On the way to the ground, the ancient sword will of the Great Way kept gathering around him. The celestial being with the sword finally chopped down with his sword, hitting a slender sword light that bloomed from the corpse and headed straight for Chen Pinggan. The sword light that was not far from the city wall was smashed to the ground, and the golden celestial being and the long sword of the sword workshop also dissipated in the air. The sword sheath on Xie Songhua's back shot out streaks of sword light. It was so fast that it was shocking. In the end, the life origin flying sword of the demon clan sword immortal was successfully smashed to the ground. Xie Songhua only withdrew half of the sword light and hid it in the sword box. She stood up, turned her head, and said, "Chen Pinggan, you can only protect yourself for the time being. I need to cultivate for a while. Otherwise, it's meaningless to me if I can't kill the demons of the upper 5 realms." Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Xianyang turned and walked towards Xie Songhua, as if he wanted to take the position of the female sword immortal. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but hesitated. When Liu Xianyang walked past Chen Pinggan, he bent down and patted Chen Pinggan's head, smiled, and said, "Old rules, learn a bit." Since the two of them met and became friends, Liu Xianyang had been teaching Chen Pinggan all kinds of things. The two of them left their hometown and parted for more than 10 years. 622. First, a man dressed in a scholar's robe ascended the city wall and killed a large number of demons with an inexplicable divine ability. Later, Xie Songhua sacrificed a bamboo box to her sword and completely destroyed the natal flying sword of a Jade Realm sword immortal demon, causing the latter to fall to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, even the nascent soul realm was on the verge of collapse. It was hard to say if he could still be considered a sword cultivator in the future. After all, an innate sword embryo could only be encountered and not sought. It wasn't as if the sword cultivator's realm was high enough and the destruction of his natal flying sword could easily produce another one. Therefore, this great demon that suffered the moment he made a move suffered a great loss in this siege. What he lost was not only his realm, but also the various benefits brought by his identity as a sword cultivator. If he were to switch to other divine abilities and return to the upper 5 realms, it would be even more difficult for him to become a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the battlefield where Chen Pinggan, Liu Xianyang, and Qi Shou were fighting, the demon's attacks were obviously stagnant. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xie Songhua went all out today and took advantage of the situation. It could be said that she had made a miraculous contribution. This battle merit wasn't small. Because the demon that had attacked her was one of the most precious sword cultivators in the wildlands, Xie Songhua could be considered to have killed a half-immortal demon, or the equivalent of a complete unpolished jade demon. However, the person who saw the sword had to make a choice. If she chose the former, she would have to kill another half-immortal to exchange for the corresponding spoils of war. If she chose the latter, she would suffer a small loss. Fortunately, she could immediately get money and treasures from Master Hidden Official. However, Xie Songhua was obviously not satisfied and wanted to attack again. Qi Shou sighed, "Good luck is all given to sword immortal Xie. I have to take it easy." Qi Shou decisively took out his last flying sword and formed a sword formation around him to prevent the sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from sneakily attacking him. Qi Shou turned around and asked, "Do you have a share of such a large profit?" Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged on the spot and reached out to press down on the sword workshop's standard long sword on his knees. He shook his head and said, "No." As bait, there wasn't a single copper coin to be gained. Liu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Are you two friends?" Chen Pinggan still shook his head. Qi Shou sneered, "Friends my ass. They're enemies. As long as I get off the city walls, this second manager will want nothing more than to scheme against me to death, and I will want nothing more than to crush him to death with my cultivation." Liu Xianyang nodded. "That's about the same as my hometown. The people there are simple and honest. There were many supervisors and battle supervisors in the wilderness. Once the demon army showed signs of slowing down, they would start a massacre. Therefore, on the battlefield where the 3 of them were, the demons continued to charge forward. Not only that, they seemed to have come up with some countermeasures. There was an additional group of demon cultivators who knew a little about talisman Dao. They threw a lot of yellow paper talisman in an attempt to block the view of the battlefield. For a moment, dust flew and the spiritual energy was chaotic. The demons at the front line were all monsters with huge bodies. They were responsible for being the first to die. They probably wanted Liu Xianyang to attack as much as possible so that they could find more clues. Qi Shou responded as usual. On the battlefield, the flying kite and heartstrings flew extremely fast. Many demons that were dozens of feet tall had their limbs cut off by the sword light. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Qi Shou had always been like this when he attacked his enemies. Other than killing them on the spot, skinning them and pulling out their tendons, he would not stop until their bones were exposed. He would also deliberately injure them but not kill them, leaving them on the battlefield to struggle in vain and wait for death. Especially those demon cultivators who could transform into human form, they would often suffer such a calamity under Qi Shou's flying sword. Once a demon cultivator could not bear it and tried to save them, they would end up in a similar situation. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of the water elixir wine in the sword-nourishing gourd and continued to attack the enemy with his sword. Chu Yi and Chu Shiwu pursued to kill with one blow. If the demon's body was too tough, or if they still did not die after their key aperture acupoints were pierced, Song Zhen and Ku Lei would add one or two more blows. During this period, there were demon cultivators who acted as hidden men of sacrifice who tried to imprison the flying sword with a secret method, wanting to die together with it. However, Chen Pinggan was an expert in this kind of scheming and camouflage competition. In addition, the flying sword Chu Yi, which was slightly slower than Chu Shiwu in speed, was unimaginably tough. There was once a man of sacrifice of the demon clan who was extremely hidden who deliberately got injured all the way. He even pulled a demon as a shield to block Chu Yi. As a result, Chu Yi only pierced the demon's mid-brows in front of him and then disappeared in a flash. Before the men of sacrifice of the demon clan behind him died, he looked at the city wall in a daze as if he was at a loss. Chu Yi, which did not fall into the trap and was only affected by the spiritual qi, was not damaged at all. However, Chen Pinggan's mental energy consumption was not small. Just as Qi Shou said, after a long time, Chen Pinggan, who was not a sword cultivator, would not be able to use his sword. And right now, it was only the opening of the battle. However, Qi Shou was also well aware that when the sword cultivator needed to leave the city wall to fight, Chen Pinggan would be like a fish in water. Liu Xianyang still did not see his sword, his natal flying sword, nor did he make a move. From the north to the south, on the front line that was originally guarded by Xie Songhua, all who came would die. There was no reasoning. Chen Pinggan could not help but say, "Be careful, you'll attract the attention of the great demon." Liu Xianyang said to Chen Pinggan through the Heart Lake ripple, "The biggest and only problem with my sword technique is the height of its killing power. It's far from being top-notch. Other than that, there's no problem." Then Liu Xianyang continued, "Listen carefully. Don't miss a single word. Remember everything." Chen Pinggan listened to the opening and was about to speak. Liu Xianyang did not even look at Chen Pinggan and laughed, "Don't talk nonsense with me. When Uncle Liu speaks, just listen obediently. If I teach you all the incantations and tricks, will you be able to learn them?" Chen Pinggan remained silent. Liu Xianyang continued to impart the incantations telepathically. He knew that Chen Pinggan had a good memory since young, so Liu Xianyang annotated the incantations as he spoke. He was not worried that Chen Pinggan would remember wrongly. Liu Xianyang spoke in an extremely complicated manner. The content was the ancestral sword manual of Liu Xianyang's family. Other than the sword manual, there were actually two pieces of Liu Xianyang's family heirloom. Other than the sword manual, there was also the old mottled armor. The blue-black armor that did not have a good appearance was obtained by the woman of the Shu family in Clearwind City. After the head of the Shu family obtained the treasured armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He became one of the few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. His killing power was extremely great. With the invincible treasured armor, the Clearwind City was regarded as the next most popular candidate for the Aquarius continent, second only to their ally, the Zhangyang Mountain. The Shu family was able to form a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of Dali. Even if the daughter of the first wife married the son of a concubine, in the long run, it was still a profitable marriage. The reason why the Yuan family agreed to this undesirable marriage in the muddled situation of Clearwind City was because of the head of the Shu family's cultivation and the hope of reaching the upper 5 realms. Back then, Liu Xianyang's plan was to sell the treasured armor and keep the sword manual. The price was to leave behind the ancestral sword manual and give away half of his life. If not for the rules of the Pearl Grotto Heaven, that mountain-moving ape would definitely not mind taking away the other half of his life. There was no reason to speak of either. However, Liu Xianyang was now a scholar. Back then, when he was lying on the sickbed in the Ruan family's sword shop, he gained a blessing in disguise. At the brink of death, he learned the sword in his dream. Therefore, the rules had to be followed and the revenge had to be taken. Liu Xianyang asked, "Have you memorized it all?" As he spoke, there were wisps of sword intent circulating around him, as if they were protecting Liu Xianyang. Chen Pinggan nodded and then said, "I don't think I can learn it. The threshold is too high." Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "Then it's the same as before. Set your attitude and compare yourself with anyone but Uncle Liu. Is it difficult to learn the sword? To me, it's just SOSO. To you, of course it's difficult. But then again, what's the most important craft in our hometown? Isn't it porcelain burning? No, we've also learned it. So now, you're in the same situation as learning how to burn porcelain. Back then, you thought you wouldn't be able to learn it well in your lifetime and couldn't become an official kill worker. You pulled a long face all day long and acted like a taciturn gourd. Look, how are you now? The emperor begged you to help burn 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain. Are you willing? Doesn't it depend on your own mood? Of course, my ancestral sword technique is very particular. You're much slower than me in learning everything, but you can still learn it. What's the hurry? You're inferior to me in everything. I have to teach you everything. You have to accept your fate and get used to it." Chen Pinggan said softly, "I've really gotten used to it." Liu Xianyang laughed and said, "It's a good habit. You don't have to change it." On Chen Pinggan and Liu Xianyang's route, they headed all the way south. In the rear of the demon army, there was an enormous military tent that was heavily surrounded. An inconspicuous wooden plaque was hanging on the door of the tent, on which there was only the word Joshin. Inside the tent, there were desks of various sizes. Books and scrolls were piled up into mountains. Among them, there were many severely damaged books on the art of war. They were not the original but were copied. Even so, they were still treated as treasures. Demon race cultivators would be very careful when reading these books. There were few books, but the flippers treasured them. They were willing to read word by word and not by reading the book. They wanted to dig deeper into the meaning within. The military tent occupied a huge area. Close to 100 demon cultivators were gathered here. It was not because they were accomplished in cultivation or had techniques to retain their youthful looks. It was because they were really young. Among them, there was a young sword cultivator called Beijing. He sat cross-legged with his back leaning against the sword rack. Beside him, there was a person of the same age who was reading a book on the art of war. His name was Yu Sai. He was also a sword cultivator who was ranked among the 100 sword celestials of the desolate world. However, like Beijing, he did not have a surname yet. A young man lifted the curtain and walked in. Yu Sai raised his head and asked with a smile, "Ni Tan, how's the result this time?" "It's not as good as last time. Only 3 flying swords were destroyed." The young man stretched out 3 fingers and then shook his head. He squatted beside Yu Sai and Beijing and said unhappily, "It's really hard to get close to the 3rd sword formation. At my battlefield, there were sword celestials who came to hold the line and protect those sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who were not stable in their attacks. I was almost cut in half by a sword chi. It was very dangerous." Then, the young man smiled brightly. "However, I was not too far away from the battlefield where Chen Pinggan was stationed." He was Qi Shou's neighbor. Qi Shou had indeed broken through the realm. He only used 2 flying swords to defend the battlefield. That's impressive. Then, a scholar appeared. His spells were very strange. Those who ran into him did not even know how they died. That's impressive. A woman who was sitting behind a desk glanced at the map and said slowly, "The sword celestial you faced should be Sichu Shueshue. He's in the jade unpolished realm and was born as a wild cultivator of the gold armor continent. His natal flying sword is steel cavalry and his sword is impregnable pass. His killing power is not too outstanding, but he's good at both offense and defense. It's already a skill to be able to escape from his sword. Black Beach, let's make a deal. You can slowly accumulate battle merits, but don't die. Your battlefield is under Wooden Clog's control. You're one of the candidates for the 100-sword celestial, so you'll implicate Wooden Clog. He finally got the chance to bestow a family name. Don't lose it. A shy young man who was sitting behind a desk near the woman raised his head and said softly, "Don't die. Otherwise, even if I get the family name, I'll feel guilty for a long time." The young man named Black Beach grinned and said, "I know. The 100-sword celestials of the desolate world were the seeds of the great Tao appointed by the moon-supporting mountain. Their importance was second only to the ascendant realm great demons. Every sword cultivator's life was very valuable, regardless of their realm. If one of them died, the Jazi tent and the moon-supporting mountain would investigate and punish them severely. At this moment, there were as many as 5 people in the Jazi tent. Black Beach, Bei Jin, Yu Sai, the woman who exposed Sichu Shueshua's background, and a young man in the corner who didn't quite fit in. Wooden Clog turned to look at a desk and said softly out of habit, "Have you found out the foundation of that Confucian disciple's spells, especially whether or not he's a sword cultivator? The losses in this small battlefield have exceeded our expectations by quite a bit. We have to make an appropriate response. Previously, we sent a sword celestial to assassinate Chen Pingan, but we've already failed. However, as long as you give us a conclusion, we really do need to mobilize another sword celestial. I've looked at the plan and found it feasible. Let me send a flying sword message to inform the sword celestial to launch a sneak attack. If that still doesn't work, I'll personally go to the Jazi tent. You don't need to feel pressured in this regard." A man shook his head and said, "We still need to die a few more times to get more clues." Wooden Clog nodded. The woman said, "Chen Chunan from the south swirling continent personally came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That scholar is definitely of the quasi-sage lineage. There's no doubt about this. In fact, we can send fewer troops to the battlefield that this person is guarding. This is because there will definitely be a hidden flying sword message soon. After the Jazi tent confirms that there's no mistake, they'll naturally send a letter to us. If this person's identity is written in the letter, we still have 2 sword celestial quotas left in the Jazi tent. We might as well use them both. When the time comes, whether it's killing that scholar or Chen Pingan, or even that Qi Shou, we'll allow the 2 sword celestials to act according to the circumstances." Wooden Clog thought for a moment and nodded, "That's feasible." Then, the shy young man pulled out a piece of yellow paper from the pile beside him. He folded it into a small paper kite and gently threw it to the entrance of the tent. "Pass down my orders. On the 6th line of the Jazi tent, slow down the attack. Apart from not allowing retreat, survival is the most important thing." The kite flew out of the Jazi tent. The young sword celestial with the strange name, Yu Sai, teased, "Teng Tan, although your realm isn't high now, you have many tricks up your sleeve. If there's a chance in the future, when the sword celestials leave the city, you should go and meet that Chen Pingan. Compared to idiots like me and Bei Jin who only know how to charge around, you'll have an easier time taking advantage of them." Teng Tan thought for a moment and nodded, "Let's give it a try." This Jazi tent was one of the 60 great armies in the wasteland world. This was one of the large tents named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Apart from the Jazi commander's tent's orders, every military tent was specifically responsible for the deployment of troops on a battlefield. Since it was marked with the word "A", it was clear that this tent was important. According to military law, even sword celestials and great demons would be executed on the spot if they dared to trespass into the Jazi tent. Inside the Jazi tent, everyone carried out their duties in an orderly manner. On the whole, the atmosphere was rather relaxed. The young woman with the map spread out on the table raised her head and said in a deep voice, "For our growth, for the sake of conquering the vast world in the future, we'll be able to defend a few of the great continents. Now, just talking about the Jazi battlefield alone, we've already lost close to 10,000 troops for nothing. The records of our contributions are carved on the bones of our corpses. Don't think that this is something fun." A pale-faced youth sat alone in a secluded corner and sneered, "Troops? Can those brainless ants be counted as troops? It's better if those ants die. They'll help us fight for the right time and save food for the army. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Our wasteland world can't feed so many useless people in the first place. If they die here, it'll be a worthy death. At least they've made some small contributions. He glanced at Bei Jin and Enai Tan, who were not far away. Leave that Chen Pingan to me. Whoever dares to fight with me, don't blame my flying sword for not having eyes and accidentally injuring my allies. It was Li Jun who had turned from a child into a youth. He still had a part of the ancient Punisher Li Jun's incomplete soul. Then, he used the moon-supporting mountain's secret technique to reconstruct his body and finally pieced together a complete soul. Bei Jin was indifferent. Enai Tan still smiled brightly. No problem. Yu Sai smiled. I wouldn't dare. I'm not qualified to be young Master Li Jun's ally. That arrogant youth suddenly laughed and stared at Yu Sai. I advise you not to learn from the people of the vast world. They like to speak in a weird way. Yu Sai raised both of his hands and said pitifully, I'll shut up. Mu Ju frowned and raised his head. It was rare for him to speak in a more serious tone. But compared to Li Jun and Yu Sai's voices just now, he still said softly, Li Jun lost, and only lost by a little. Yu Sai, this isn't a reason for you to gloat. You're all superior sword cultivators, so you should have a superior state of mind. Yu Sai immediately retracted his expression and nodded. Then Mu Ju turned to Li Jun and said, a loss is a loss. Li Jun, you're not capable enough. You're able to survive after this because of your ability as the last disciple of the Moon Tuor Mountain. I don't care about this. I'm only responsible for the victory and loss of the Jioshan battlefield. I have to take care of everything. After the war is fierce, you, Li Jun, still have to listen to orders. Ignoring military discipline and acting on your own will implicate the entire Jioshan camp. You'll have to bear the consequences. But when the time is right, as long as you're still willing to find Chen Pingan as your opponent and fight with that person, even if you have to exchange your life, it's up to you. Jioshan camp will not stop you. I'm even willing to take out Jioshan camp's merit and help you create an opportunity to fight to the death with Chen Pingan. Because it's my honor to fight with Li Jun, who dares to die again. Mu Ju looked around and said in a low voice, why did Li Jun fight? Why did he fight with Chen Pingan under the city wall? Don't you know? Are you worthy? How did this become the reason for you to laugh at Li Jun now? Just because he lost a battle and died once. Then for the past 10,000 years, the Wildlands has never won a single battle. Not a single battle. So many Ascendant Realm seniors, together with the entire Moon Tuor Mountain, who isn't a joke. If you're really capable, when you reach the vast world, you can laugh at the people over there as you wish. Mu Ju took a deep breath, his expression was gloomy, and murmured, talking to you guys like this doesn't make me feel happy. Li Jun seemed to be in this Jioshan camp. He still listened to Mu Ju's words. He didn't compete with Yu Sai anymore and continued to close his eyes to rest. At the same time, he refined the 5 life items. The woman teased, Mu Ju, you're so handsome. The young Mu Ju smiled shyly and blushed a little. Bei Ying, who was almost a mute, spoke for the first time, the flying sword of Jioshan camp will be here soon. As expected, a messenger flying sword arrived at Jioshan's tent. After reading the secret letter, Mu Ju's expression became serious. I only know that the scholar is called Liu Xianyang, and he's from the Aquarius continent. He's not a disciple of the Mellow Chen family, so I still don't know his cultivation background. The woman sighed, then we'll prepare for the worst, and use our lives to find out the truth. Mu Ju suddenly said, Yu Sai, go to the battlefield personally. Remember to disguise yourself well. After you receive a sword, immediately leave the battlefield without any hesitation. That Chen Pingan's sword power isn't too strong, but his observation of the battlefield is very detailed. With his temperament, I dare say that his backup plan is definitely not just that female sword immortal. As long as you don't die on the battlefield, there will be other sword immortals in charge of keeping an eye on you. Yu Sai stood up decisively, his face was full of eagerness, but his mouth complained, retribution comes so quickly. Mu Ju turned to look at Bei Ying. Yu Sai immediately dashed out of Jioshan camp, not giving Mu Ju a chance to change his mind. Mu Ju looked away and said to Enai Tan, I've already calculated. With the contribution you've accumulated so far, you're still lacking quite a bit if you want to buy that Yeluohe treasure. It's fine. I'll take the lead and gather the money. In the future, whoever pays will receive a dividend every year. Who else is willing? The woman shook her head. I'm also saving money. I can't give it to you. Muju said, you can give it to me. You'll earn it back before the curtains of the battle fall. Trust me, it won't delay you from getting that treasure. Li Jun opened his eyes and said, do you need to buy it? I'll just go and ask for it. Muju shook his head and was about to refuse. Li Jun had already stood up and said to the woman, just tell me which treasure you need. I'll go and get it. I can't be bothered to make an extra trip. The woman did not hesitate, directly stating the name of the treasure. Laughing heartily, she clasped her fist in thanks. Li Jun expressionlessly walked out of Joshan camp. He raised his head to look at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. From here, the northern wall was blurry, but from the northern wall overlooking the battlefield, he could see everything clearly. Li Jun drew back his gaze, froze for a moment, and then turned around and clasped his fist in a rare bow as a sign of respect. At Li Jun's side was a man with a large beard and a sword on his back. The man nodded. You go about your business. Li Jun rode the wind and left. Muju walked out of Joshan camp and called out, Master. The man said, Master wants to see someone, so as his disciple, you have to do something for Master. Kill that Chen Pingan. Muju silently nodded. 6:23. A loud horn sounded on the battlefield, and the demons started to retreat. This prelude battle lasted for more than 2 decades, and the demon army still couldn't reach the city wall. The sword immortals on the city wall were still outstanding. The demons on the wasteland side didn't attack much, and the number of Ascendant Realm and Immortal Realm demons who used their mystiques could be counted on 2 hands. Moreover, they didn't really break through the enemy's formation, so they seemed to be suppressed by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. During this period, the 2 most outstanding battles were publicly acknowledged. One was when the left and right sword immortals penetrated deep into the enemy's territory alone, and almost destroyed the Gungwu army tent, which was located at the front, and provoked the attack of 2 Ascendant Realm demons. The left and right sword immortals didn't retreat, and their sword chi was vast and mighty. From the city wall, it was as if a small world had condensed and materialized out of thin air. Endless snow-white sword chi, with the left and right sword immortals as the center, formed a huge semicircle that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the demons' bodies and souls were shattered, and they were all turned into powder. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the left and right sword immortals couldn't be seen at all. They could only see sword chi and sword light. The Immortal Realm sword immortal, Mi-Hu, who had broken through the bottleneck not long ago, stood beside his younger brother, Mi-Yu, who was still in the unpolished realm. The 2 brothers had different feelings. Mi-Hu felt that if the left and right sword immortals could have more sword chi, that would be delightful. Mi-Yu's face was bitter, and he felt that the left and right sword immortals had too much sword chi. The left and right sword immortals, who liked to be alone, had brazenly attacked the 2 Ascendant Realm demons. This was an extremely magnificent battle, and the battlefield was in the human world. As for the other battle, it took place in the sky. Chen Chunan had actually managed to drag down a bright moon from the highest point of the heavens into the mortal world. Almost the entire wasteland fell into a huge panic, and they were all worried that the moon, which was getting bigger and bigger, would really slowly fall into the human world. The grey-robed elder of the moon-bearing mountain still didn't stop him, and instead, he looked up and laughed, saying that the scholar had good means. Chen Chunan was indeed worthy of being hailed as the new peak of the 2nd sage lineage. Out of the 8 continents outside the Central Plains, Chen Chunan of the Hassa continent, perfected Fiery Dragon of the North continent, and God of Fortune Liu of the White Jade continent each had their own strengths. Even the arrogant Qi refinement warriors of the Central Plains did not dare to say that the pillars of the 3 continents were not powerful enough. The grey-clothed old man let the great demon at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, who called herself the master of the Lotus Nunnery, fight with Chen Chunan with all her strength. The Daoist Ascendant, who had already refined half of the moon soul, was in a favorable position. However, It was still unable to stop Chen Chuanan's heaven-defying methods, causing the moon to slowly descend to the ground. The so-called slowness was actually an illusion. If there were really ancient deities and people who had attained Tao who lived in the bright moon for a long time, they would probably be able to experience the rapid descent of the moon. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators in the wasteland who had cultivated Tao and were of a high level could feel the overwhelming suffocation as they neared the upper 5 realms. They could also see the scenery of the bright moon's moon palace more clearly. They could also see the lifeless continuous mountain ranges. The cultivators of the upper 5 realms with better eyesight could even see the lifeless ruins of the palaces, the huge dead trees, the ancient skeletons that could crush the mountain ranges, and the floating clothes that were as big as lakes. In the vast world, there was once a military sage who said something more praiseworthy than derogatory. It's a pity that the scholar is not domineering, and his writings cannot reach the heavens. If the person who said this had witnessed Chen Chuanan's attack at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he would not have made such a fallacy. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was most familiar with the 9 great continents of the vast world, not the central divine continent, but the south swirling continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain. They were also familiar with the scholar Chen Chunan. This was also thanks to Alliance's propaganda that Chen Chunan was a rather unique expert among the scholars. He was like an old man swinging a hammer, skilled in both the pen and the sword. He could write essays, and he could also fight. He was very, very powerful. However, the bright moon was not completely dragged down to the mortal realm. The Lotus Nunnery Master used all her strength and was in a stalemate with Chen Chunan for a full hour. Therefore, on that night, the moon was closest to the ground, and it was extremely bright. These 2 battles should be a true fight between immortals. This boosted the morale of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators drew their swords even faster, and the Sword Qi waterfall that gathered tens of thousands of natal flying swords became even more turbulent. However, in this wave of attacks, compared to the demon race army that swarmed and died, the number of demon race cultivators that were truly trapped was still very few. Therefore, the battle merits that the Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators had accumulated were mostly meager. Therefore, the female sword immortal called Xie Songhua from the Snowy Peak continent could be said to have shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and earned a huge amount of battle merits. After the demon race army stopped their attacks, they no longer left the corpses on the battlefield to be exposed to the sun as they wished, and allowed the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pick up money from the battlefield. They started to respect the demon race cultivators that had died in battle, and tried their best to collect the corpses. Their bones, along with their belongings, were carefully counted, recorded, and returned to their descendants. The Great Wall of Sword Qi naturally would not allow the demon race to swagger around and clean up the battlefield. The key was the temporary retreat of the demon race army. There was a greater demon that held a golden pot that was carved in the shape of a rat's treasure. After it was summoned, all of the spirit artifacts and magic treasures that were filled with spiritual energy automatically left the battlefield and hurriedly flew towards the golden pot. There was also a greater demon that held a jade tablet carved from black jade. After he clenched it, it shone with a dazzling light. Black flood dragons that were only the length of a finger swam out from the jade tablet. After they left the jade tablet, it was as if the flood dragons had lost their advantage. They suddenly transformed into colossal creatures that slammed their claws into the ground, easily stirring up dust that was hundreds of feet high as they attempted to kill the sword cultivators that had left the city. The greater demon Chongguang, who had once been in charge of sieging a city, summoned one of his life items. It was a bowl of water. He gently blew out a breath of air, causing the surface of the water to ripple. Suddenly, an incomparably deep vortex appeared, as resplendent as a river of stars. The demon race souls on the battlefield formed a series of land tornadoes that swept towards the south in an attempt to fuse into the bowl of water. By gathering the souls, they could be released into the wilderness outside the battlefield. They could also be stored in supreme treasures, so as to prevent them from being refined by the sword qi and sword intent here. The extremely pure spiritual energy of the world seemed to be unapproachable to the great Tao, but in fact, to cultivators who had the right time and place, there would be a mysterious feeling of intimacy. The many ancient sword intents on the Great Wall of Sword Qi were the best example. However, the broken limbs, corpses, and blood that seeped into the ground would greatly change the fate of the battlefield. The sword immortals had to deal with them. They definitely could not eliminate all of them, but they had to eliminate as much as they could. Otherwise, the right time that originally belonged to the Great Wall of Sword Qi would tilt towards the wilderness. This was the sword cultivators' greatest reliance apart from the great sword immortal and the city wall beneath their feet. Therefore, the strangest scene on the battlefield occurred. Both armies had clearly stopped fighting. However, the greater demons and sword immortals were attacking more and more frequently. There were constantly cultivation treasures and damaged spiritual artifacts left on the battlefield. Both sides used their own methods to control them and collect them into their pouches. There were even more that were shattered on the spot as the two sides fought. However, compared to the previous confrontation between the two armies, on the vast battlefield now, no matter how big the commotion caused by the attacks of the sword immortals and greater demons was, they were still limited. After the two sides stopped fighting, there was a short period of rest. According to the rules of the past, the sword cultivators could have as long as half a day or as short as 2 to 3 days to rest. Chen Pinggan did not immediately leave the top of the wall. He continued to sit there cross-legged, paying attention to the distant attacks of both sides. Liu Xianyang walked to Chen Pinggan's side and sat down. He wanted to immediately meet up with his schoolmates and friends. The main point of this trip to study the Great Wall of Sword Qi was the word learning. As for the matter of killing demons, regardless of how the other Confucian disciples of the secondary saints viewed it, Liu Xianyang was not that concerned. If not for Chen Pinggan sitting here, Liu Xianyang might not have been willing to take action. Liu Xianyang had always lived a more relaxed and carefree life than Chen Pinggan. As for when they would leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no one knew. It all depended on the intentions of the Chen clan's saint. Liu Xianyang scratched his head as he gazed at the swift and fierce sword lights that suddenly appeared and disappeared on the distant battlefield. He said, "All my battle merits will be counted on you." Chen Pinggan nodded and handed over the blade-strengthening gourd with a smile. Liu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No. Even if I want to have sex after drinking, I still need a pretty girl by my side, right?" Liu Xianyang heard that this guy had written the Ghost Sword Immortal's seal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He planned to ask Chen Pinggan to help him carve a pair of seals. One was more straightforward, Great Sword Immortal Liu. The other was more honest, Liu Xianyang. Chen Pinggan asked in a low voice, "That demon cultivator was actually fine after you attacked?" Liu Xianyang smiled and said, "He's also a sword cultivator and has a protective treasure. He won't die so easily." Qi Shou's side was very lively. Many people had come. After all, Qi Shou had just broken out of seclusion during the battle and successfully reached the nascent soul realm. This time, he was guarding a place alone. It was indeed worthy of a celebration. Qi Shou was indeed the leader of his small mountain. He was also a disciple of the Qi clan. Soon, he gathered more than 10 good friends around him. There were both men and women. Some of them were acquaintances of Chen Pinggan. For example, the Dragon Gate sword cultivator, Ren Yi, who was the first to guard the gate on the street. There was also the Golden Core sword cultivator in charge of guarding the second gate, Puu. He was a handsome young master in white. There were also a few female sword cultivators who were about the same age as them. Half of the reason was to congratulate Qi Shou, and the other half was because of Qi Shou's two neighbors. They had completely different personalities from the ladies of noble families. At this moment, they were openly looking at Chen Pinggan and Liu Xianyang. They did not hide the fact that they were sizing them up, and their so-called whispers were not at all sneaky. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, during the intervals between the battles, the sword cultivators who were familiar with each other would occasionally chat about other battles. Among them were the second manager and the scholar from the Hassa continent. There were many topics to talk about. As for which sword cultivator died, whose natal flying sword was destroyed on the battlefield. Instead, they would at most say "oh" and nod to show that they understood. There was nothing else. Chen Pinggan shook the blade-strengthening gourd and joked, "Don't you have it now?" Do you still want to drink it? Liu Xianyang jumped off the wall and muttered, let's go, let's go. When Liu Xianyang was far away, one of the female sword cultivators asked with a smile, second manager, what's your friend's name? Does he have a partner or a wife? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, he was here just now. Why didn't you ask? The woman chuckled and said, I'm just shy. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. Just now, when she looked at Liu Xianyang, it was as if Liu Xianyang was naked. She was not shy at all. She was called Sichu Longqiu, the daughter of a concubine from the Sichu family on Taixiong Street. She was a sword cultivator who had reached the bottleneck of the sea-viewing realm. She was good friends with Dong Bujue. Among the sword cultivators of the same age on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, her realm was not high nor low. However, she was cheerful and had the spirit of the Jianghu. Interesting things on the Great Wall of Sword Qi often became more interesting after being polished by her. Many sources of gossip came from her and Dong Bujue's groundless accusations. At that time, Dong Bujue went to the Ning residence and asked Chen Pinggan to help him carve 3 book seals. One of them was Sichu Longqiu's. The second manager was upright and honest. Sichu Longqiu's I swear was definitely true. Jiyu Jianlong's allow me to say something fair. Dong Huafu's spend money like water. Wang Xinshui's I can pay before the fight, but after the fight, it's on me. These were the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the 5 absolutes of the Great Wall. Liang's gambling behavior was excellent and he washed his hair with saliva. The hidden official's temper was the best and he never hit anyone. The old deaf spoke human language. Lu Ji's beauty and Miu's deep love couldn't keep her. Actually, these had nothing to do with swordsmanship or realms. Now, Chen Pinggan and Sichu Longqiu could be considered a meeting of experts. Sichu Longqiu suddenly laughed and asked, is Yangdang Mountain very famous in the vast world? Chen Pinggan shook his head, it is just a mountain in the Aquarius continent that is not very famous. Its feng shui is very good, but it is not famous yet. But I have a good friend who travels the Jianghu and the wilderness. He likes to write about mountains and rivers. He told me that he had been to such a place before. The scenery there is marvelous. Sichu Longqiu said regretfully, I thought it was one of the famous 5 great mountains. She then smiled, it doesn't matter, it is already very good. Because on the seal that Dong Bujue gave her, there was a passage with a strange content. Resting at Yangdang Mountain's Die Longqiu, in the middle of the night, starfire filled the sky. Unable to sleep, I jumped into the grass barefoot. After she obtained the seal, she asked many of her good friends who had rich book collections about Yangdang Mountain's Die Longqiu, but they could not tell her anything. Chen Pinggan thought of something and laughed, but there is good news, Yangdang Mountain will most likely become the new East Peak's Deputy Assistant Crown Prince of the Aquarius continent, and will be promoted to one of the Crown Prince Mountains. In the future, it will be much more famous. Sichu Longqiu was startled. Crown Prince Mountain? What nonsense is this? She then laughed out loud, anyway, it is still a good thing. Sichu Longqiu turned and walked back to Qi Shou's side, and together they flew back to the northern city. Guo Zhujiu flew over and squatted beside her master for a while. She said softly, Master, don't worry, I will not tell Mistress. Mistress is the eldest, but I still side with Master more. Chen Pinggan laughed lightly, whether it is you or Sister Sichu, in Master's hometown, you are all fairies. Guo Zhujiu asked curiously, fairies? Do you know how to fart? Do you stink when you fart? Do you purposely hide it in your skirt? Otherwise, you would not be a fairy, right? If I were a man who admired fairies, I would not be able to stand it. So if I were a fairy, I would hide in the blanket and fart secretly. I would lift the blanket and fan myself, and I would not stink. Chen Pinggan was already used to Guo Zhujiu's wild and unrestrained thoughts. He drank another mouthful of the water pill wine in the blade-nurturing gourd, and the pitiful underwater residents that had almost depleted of Ling Qi felt better. He patted the little girl's head and stood up. Let's go and find Mistress. The master and disciple duo went to Ning Yao's side. Guo Zhujiu was jumping around, But it was a pity she did not have the small bamboo box on her back. She asked casually, "How many great demons did Master kill this time?" Chen Pinggan laughed. "It is already good enough that Master is able to stay alive." Guo Zhujiu nodded without hesitation and said, "Master has shown mercy, I will leave their heads for a while." Chen Pinggan asked, "How is your father?" Guo Zhujiu grinned, "I met him on the way. He allowed me to find Master first and return home later." This simple sentence, "I met him on the way," that could be considered more, made Chen Pinggan, who experienced such a large-scale war for the first time, feel a bit of warmth in his gloomy heart, like the clouds opening and the moon shining. Chen Pinggan was in charge of the battlefield in the middle, not close to Ning Yaro's side. Guo Zhujiu was not afraid of the long journey. Accompanying Master to travel the world, every step was good. Perhaps as they walked, junior sister would surpass the senior sister who was not tall. Along the way to the left, they passed by sword immortal Wu Chengpei, who was at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure Realm. He did not use his sword even once, using the entire battlefield as a whetstone to refine his sword. The Great Wall of Sword Aura had all kinds of natal flying swords. Some could transform into the golden body of an ancient god, some could create talisman arrays, and some could use the Five Thunders technique. There were also the two Earth Immortal Sword cultivators of the Immortal Couple. One of their flying swords could transform into a flood dragon, while the other was called the Finishing Touch. When the two swords worked together, their power would increase tremendously, no less than a sword immortal's attack. There were all kinds of strange things. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not need other chi cultivators. Pang Yuanji did not leave the wall. Beside him was a girl who admired him. She was Gao Yuqing, Gao Yeho's sister. Seeing Chen Pinggan and Guo Zhujiu, Pang Yuanji smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan used what he had learned and asked with a smile, "Brother Pang, how many great demons did you kill?" Pang Yuanji smiled, "The same as you." Chen Pinggan said, "You're an Earth Immortal. Why are you competing with a second realm cultivator? It's beneath you." Guo Zhujiu ran to Gao Youqing's side and stood on her tiptoes. She patted Gao Youqing's head with a kind expression, nodded and lectured, "Yuqing, a married girl is like spilled water. You're not married yet. Control yourself, you must control yourself." Gao Yuqing slapped Guo Zhujiu's hand away and glared, "Lu Duan, don't talk nonsense." The girl glanced at Pang Yuanji from the corner of her eyes. Chen Pinggan and Guo Zhujiu continued walking. Chen Pinggan saw a young man spitting saliva at the top of the wall. He signaled Guo Zhujiu to keep quiet. However, Chen Pinggan had only taken a few steps when Jiyu Jianlong felt that something was amiss. Soon, he discovered the smiling and amiable second shopkeeper. Without saying a word, Jiyu Jianlong called his friends and hurriedly flew back to the city on his sword. On Ning Yaro's side, there were two unfamiliar faces. The mellow Chen family's disciple, the sage Chen Shi, and the gentleman Qin Zhengxiu from Po Continent's Foothill Academy. The two of them did not kill demons like Liu Xianyang. The reason was simple. If they were not sword cultivators, the demon army would not be able to get close to the city and would not be of much help. In addition, sword cultivators were particular about tight and seamless coordination. Chen Shi and Qin Zhengxiu's spells and abhijna were powerful, but they would be of more help than help. Therefore, the two of them were really traveling. They walked all over the city and returned the way they came. Then, they took the opportunity to greet Chen Sanqiu and the rest. This was because the Confucian gentleman who took away the noble spirit from the Great Wall of Sword Aura was a good friend of Qin Zhengxiu. The two of them became gentlemen at the same time. The gentleman hoped that Qin Zhengxiu would help him pass the message. Qin Zhengxiu was chatting with Stack Cliff. Stack Cliff was talking about the inside story of the battle. He said that in the previous battle, the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not have to deliberately chase after the demons. In order to maximize the damage, they would even close the front line and slowly kill the demon army. However, when the demon army reached the city, it was very likely that they would succeed in attacking the city. A large number of sword immortals would leave the city to guard the front line and cut the battlefield. Then, the Earth Immortal sword cultivators would lead the team to fight at the bottom of the city. The sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms who did not have high combat strength were only responsible for guarding the city. Chen Sanxiu and Yang Ji squatted at the side, watching the show and laughing secretly. They imitated the second shopkeeper and covered their hands with their sleeves. They looked like villagers who squatted on the ridge and watched the harvest. It was rare to see her speaking so softly with someone else. Ning Yaro closed her eyes and rested. After Qin Zhengxiu announced his name, he also mentioned his relationship with the Confucian gentleman. Ning Yaro rarely spoke more. Then, she left the crowd and nurtured her sword intent alone. Dong Huafu was chatting with Fan Dash about what to eat and drink when they returned to the city. Dong Huafu said, "Fan Dash, you did well this time. You should buy a pot of Azure Immortal Mountain wine to celebrate." Chen Shi suddenly said, "There must have been a sword cultivator who betrayed us. He paid the price of a natal flying sword to secretly send a message to the demon race." This was an extremely unpleasant way to put it. This was probably one of the reasons why Chen Shi would inexplicably make enemies everywhere as soon as he left his family. However, Ning Yaro and the others did not have any strange expressions. The sky will rain, the mother will marry, the shop will make money. Who can stop that? Dong Huafu turned his head and said, "In order to survive, you paid the price of a natal flying sword. I don't know if the scholars in the South Suro continent will dare to use half of their lives to survive in the future. I heard that ordinary scholars who don't cultivate are very knowledgeable, but they can't bear the pain. What's the saying again? Without a knife at home, without a well in the backyard, it's too ugly to hang yourself. The pillars are too hard and the water is too cold." Qin Zhengxiu frowned. Chen Shi laughed instead. There are indeed such sayings. There's no other way around it. There are too many scholars in this vast world. There are both good and bad people. There are all kinds of people. Dong Huafu glanced at the young scholar and nodded. "You are easy to talk to. Treat me to a drink later." Chen Shi was amused. He laughed and asked, "Didn't you treat me to a drink?" Dong Huafu laughed. "Dash." Fan Dash immediately said helplessly, "Even the second shopkeeper can't make Dong heighten pay." Qin Zhengxiu turned and saw 2 people. One of them was a young man wearing a robe and carrying a sword. His face was pale and he looked like a sickly person. However, because of Liu Xianyang, Qin Zhengxiu knew that this person was Chen Pinggan from the Aquarius continent's Dali Longquan. He was a direct disciple of the literary sage branch and the junior brother of the left and right sword immortals. When Liu Xianyang and Chen Pinggan fought next to each other, Qin Zhengxiu's horizons were broadened. Liu Xianyang hid his strength well. Even Chen Shi, who had a good relationship with Liu Xianyang, knew that Liu Xianyang was a sword cultivator for the first time. Chen Pinggan smiled and bowed. "Greetings, gentlemen." Qin Zhengxiu and Chen Shi also bowed back. Dong Huafu muttered, "When a disciple of the secondary sage meets a disciple of the literary sage branch, even if they don't fight, they should quarrel." Ning Yaro stood up and said, "Let's go back." Chen Pinggan took out his talisman boat and boarded the ferry. Qin Zhengxiu and Chen Shi tactfully declined Chen Pinggan's invitation, saying that they wanted to walk around the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The talisman boat headed north. On the ferry, other than Chen Pinggan, everyone else was a sword cultivator. Chen Pinggan and Guozhujiu sat on one side and rowed the boat with all their might. Chen Sanxiu and Yang Ji rowed on the other side. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "It's too embarrassing." Fan Daki deeply agreed. On the city wall, Qin Zhengxiu looked at this scene. On the ferry, other than Chen Pinggan, everyone else was a sword cultivator. However, none of them rode on their swords. Chen Shi smiled and said, "Liu Xianyang often bragged to me about how smart Chen Pinggan from his hometown was and how fast he learned things. Other than being a little taciturn and not fond of talking, there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. In the beginning, he patted his chest and promised me that Chen Pinggan would be the best porcelain kill worker in the world. After that, Liu Xianyang stopped talking about the dragon kill." Qin Zhengxiu said, "Liu Xianyang probably did not expect that Chen Pinggan would become Mr. Wen Sheng's closed-door disciple." Chen Shi looked at the talisman boat and said, "I guess Chen Pinggan also did not expect that Liu Xianyang would become a sword cultivator." Chen sighed and said, "My sister once said that the Pearl Grotto heaven in the Aquarius continent is a place with good feng shui." Inside Jioshan's tent, sword cultivator Yu Sai walked in. Other than Li Jun, everyone's gaze gathered on him. The young wooden clog asked, "How is it?" Yu Sai smiled and said, "Good fellow, I am sure that he is a sword cultivator, not some righteous Confucian disciple. It's just that his swordsmanship is very mysterious." At this point, Yu Sai raised his arm, emitting a faint smell of blood. "See, my robe is not damaged at all." Yu Sai rolled up his sleeves. His arm that was wrapped in several golden pages was now a bloody mess. He laughed angrily and said, "Luckily I have something on me. Otherwise, even if I did not die, a layer of my skin would have been cut off by this person's swordsmanship." Wooden Clog asked, "How did Liu Xianyang draw his sword?" Yu Sai shook his head and said, "Sorry, I really do not know how he drew his sword. It came without a sound. It's like being glanced at by a senior. I get goosebumps." Wooden Clog frowned. "It's because Liu Xianyang's sword energy is too fast. It is so fast that it can pass through the river of time without causing any ripples. For example, Qi Shou, who just broke through, his flying sword is called Heartstring. Its innate ability can reduce the natural obstruction of the river of time to the flying sword to the minimum, so it is very fast. Or is it that Liu Xianyang's innate flying sword is even stranger?" The young woman said, "The great sword immortal of the North Continent is Han Huizi. The Taihui sword sect has a new sword immortal, Liu Jinglong. His innate flying sword is extremely mysterious and strange. Although I do not know his name, he is known as Near Dao." Yu Sai shook his head vigorously with a smile. He shook his arm, feeling a little sorry for the destruction of the golden pages. His realm should not be that high. He is definitely not an upper 5-realm sword immortal. It is just that his sword art is too strange. A messenger flying sword arrived at Jioshan's tent. After reading the secret letter, Wooden Clog revealed a smile. In Jioshan's tent, everyone was smiling. Wooden Clog stood up and went around the desk. He put 2 fingers together and drew a circle. In the tent, a long scroll about 10 feet tall appeared in the air. Wooden Clog said in a deep voice, "Kue Wei tent has already sent information to all the military tents. This is the distribution map of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Every upper 5-realm sword immortal has a rough division of labor. Some relatively fixed positions are recorded and marked on the letter. In addition, nascent soul sword immortals who are capable of guarding an area alone are not to be underestimated. In addition, all the golden core sword immortals with greater killing power are recorded in detail. Especially the youngest batch of geniuses like Ning Yaro. Some of the Dragon Gate and Sea Viewing realms are individually marked." Wooden Clog began to report the names of the important sword immortals and sword immortals, as well as their positions and specific duties of guarding the city. Every time the youth said a name, the young woman would write an extremely small name on the scroll. Fortunately, the people in Jioshan's tent were all cultivators with excellent eyesight. Even if their realms were not high, they could see the words on the scroll clearly no matter how small they were. The names on the scroll were divided into 3 colors: gold, vermilion, and ink black. They corresponded to the upper 5 realms sword immortals, nascent soul sword immortals, and golden core sword immortals. Wooden Clog emphasized, to have a name on the scroll, even if it's an inconspicuous ink black color, the lower their realms, the more we need to find an opportunity to kill them. The young woman said, "Then I'll circle these special names with gold ink." Wooden Clog nodded and said, "Sure." For example, Sword Immortal Guozhou's daughter, Guozhuzhou, and Marquis Gao Yi's sister, Gao Yuqing. On the scroll, there were the 10 people at the peak of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were also Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing, Yarrow family head Yarrow Lianyun, North Continent's Han Huizi, and Yang family's consecrator Li Tuimi. In the past, when they attacked the city, the great demons of the wilderness did fuss over such details. It was just that they could never keep up with the changes. This time, there were 60 military tents in the wilderness, including Jioshan's tent. There were close to 5,000 cultivators. Since Jioshan's tent was only responsible for the battle situation in their own territory, There were even more military tents that had to take care of something important. That was because the armored god tent was a bit special. It had so many sword immortal embryos that it didn't need to be distracted. Moonbearing Mountain, Lijian, Beijing, Long Beach, Yusai, and the young female sword cultivator, Liu Bai. Of all the 100 sword immortal embryos in the wildlands, the armored god tent had 5. The other military tents had to take care of other matters. For example, Gui Wei's tent had to pay extra attention to the movements of the main sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They also had to record every sword immortal's attack, why they attacked, who they attacked, the strength of the attack, the lethality of the attack, and whether they had broken through their realms. There was also a crucial and hidden point, which was to identify whether the other party was holding back. If they did, they would circle it and see if they were still so polite on the battlefield in the future. If the answer was yes, other than confirming the other party's sincerity, they could also reduce the number of troops on the battlefield. The attacks did not have to be too intense, but they could not be too obvious. Otherwise, if the two sides reached a tacit understanding and the Great Wall of Sword Qi saw through it, with Chen Qingju's temper, that sword immortal would not end well. In this way, they would kill the chicken to warn the monkey. How would the other sword immortals dare to secretly express goodwill? There would be Xin Mao's tent. He would be responsible for the specific deployment of all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms and allocate them to the other tents. Geng Yin's tent would be responsible for the military supplies. Yi Wei's tent would be in charge of the following troops. They would need to lead them to a predetermined location behind the battlefield and set up camp there so that they could rush to the battlefield at any time. They would also need to arrange a suitable route for them to advance. As for why the peak greater monsters of the wilderness, besides a few that could be counted on one hand, all of them seemed to be absent. This was because there was temporarily no need for these big shots to take action on the battlefield. In truth, they were all very busy. Mobilizing half of the world's factions to attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a magnificent feat that had never occurred before in the history of the wilderness. Behind the battlefield, there were many rebellious factions. Not everyone was willing to listen obediently. There were some extremely tyrannical greater monsters that didn't even know how to size up the situation. This was why they needed to be suppressed. There were also many that wanted to obey orders on the surface but secretly hid their strength. And the most troublesome of all, there was a fire in their backyard and internal strife. There was even a group of sword immortals that didn't want to be upright sword immortals. They simply didn't want to use their swords in the open and became insidious assassins. They specialized in assassinating the leaders that led the army north to block the monster army that was heading north. When a sword immortal insisted on killing someone and then leaving, it would be a huge problem. The difference between defeating a cultivator and killing a cultivator was like the difference between heaven and earth. Why did Zhao Shinying still want to kill Chen Pinggan even though he knew that Chen Pinggan was fishing? It was because Chen Pinggan had killed Li Zhan and not simply one. Such an existence that would become a huge problem once he really grew up was worth Zhao Shinying taking out an upper 5 realms sword immortal as a bet. It was just that there was a lack of information at that time. Regarding the female sword immortal Xie Songhua of the Snow White Continent, it was impossible to accurately assess her sword style and lethality, so Zhao Shinying paid a huge price. Wooden Clog didn't hesitate to take responsibility for this mistake. Even if it was very likely that he would lose the opportunity to be bestowed with the surname of Moon Supporting Mountain, Wooden Clog didn't have any regrets. In war, people would die, and a lot of people would die. It wasn't like playing house. As long as they won, everything would be fine and they could easily make up for it. But if they lost the war, it was hard to say who would be the master of the wild world in the future. The territory of the wild world was about 2 north continents size compared to the vast world. Compared to the rich vast world, the wild world was indeed like an empty shelf to a certain extent. The land was barren and the products were scarce. Although there was no lack of unique advantages, it was still too lacking compared to its neighbor. However, this huge disparity was like comparing an entire world to another world. Moreover, the demon race multiplied and spread their branches and leaves extremely quickly. In addition, demon cultivators had almost no moral restraints. There were also some extremely large dynasties that occupied vast territories. They also possessed fertile lands that made other powers drool. There were also many treasured lands that were filled with spirit chi. It was said that they were blessed lands that were not inferior to the righteous world and the green netherworld. Yusai gulped down a mouthful of wine and wiped his mouth. He smiled and said, "I went to the battlefield and took a few glances at that Chen Pingan. Just like what Li Tan said, he's very cunning. He's an extremely difficult person to deal with in a head-on battle." Li Jun said, "His cultivation base has dropped, and he's not an innate sword cultivator. It's natural that he'll have a hard time fighting now. The fact that he's able to defend his territory is thanks to Liu Xianyang and Qi Shou's help. But even so, he's best at calculating the killing power of his flying sword, calculating the combat power of his enemy, paying attention to the details and fighting a battle of attrition." The woman said, "To deal with this guy, we must form a situation where we can crush him." Wooden Clog asked, "Then let's try to surround and kill him?" Li Jun, "You'll be the main attacker. Yusai, you'll help hold the line. Li Tan, you'll be responsible for picking up the slack. As for whether or not it'll work, we'll see." Behind the chest suddenly said, "Change Li Jun to me." Li Jun's face darkened. Behind the chest said, "This is my master's idea." Only then did Li Jun's complexion improve. Among the peak monsters of the wilderness, even famous overlords like the withered bone great monster Bai Ying and the master of the Yeluohei would still be criticized. Only behind the chest's master was an important figure that was easier to meet. Because he traveled the world all year round, he didn't belong to any sect or residence. But very few people criticized him. At most, they said that this person had a cultivation base but was unwilling to contribute to the wilderness. It was said that if he had been willing to participate in the Battle of the 13, there wouldn't have been the trouble of sieging the cities. But he had directly refused. 2 monsters had violated their vows and died. The disciples of the 2 sects had gone mad and sought revenge on him. In the end, he didn't even use his sword. He casually killed the leader of the unpolished Jade Realm monsters with a single punch. It was said that it was only a single punch. The other cultivators were all killed by that bastard sword cultivator, behind the chest, who had still been a youth at the time. Only a few ants were lucky enough to survive and flee back to their sects. They helped pass on the message and then hurried to apologize. In the end, 2 unpolished Jade Realm monsters served as retainers for the master and disciple, helping behind the chest and feeding his sword. The principles of the wilderness had always been simple and straightforward. Those with bigger fists had more reason. If the wilderness had its own official history book, then every page would be filled with a thick stench of blood. Many local factions that had managed to develop the embryonic form of a dynasty with great difficulty were trampled and destroyed by the peak-level monsters. Many capitals that had been painstakingly built by generations of sovereigns were reduced to rubble overnight, the ground covered in blood. For example, the withered bone great demon Bai Ying had 6 trusted generals under her command. Each of them liked to turn 1,000 miles of land in a country into a graveyard. Everyone there was reduced to withered bone puppets. Then, like raising poisonous insects, they would leave behind some usable materials in the end. Only sword cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, were able to survive these inexplicable disasters. Because this was the rule set by Moon Supporting Mountain. The embryos of sword cultivators in the wilderness were like the seeds of learning in the vast world. It could even be said that they were protected even better. In fact, this was the strangest thing. The common enemy of the wilderness was the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the sword cultivators. But no matter how the wilderness attacked the city, it would always end miserably. Towards the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they were willing to hold pure respect. On the battlefield, they didn't show any mercy. After leaving the battlefield, when the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were mentioned, perhaps the monster cultivators who had personally experienced the battle would hate them to the bone. But they would never slander or curse them. Ning Yarrow returned to the Ning mansion alone, saying that he would go into seclusion to refine his sword. As for the rest, they went to the wine shop to drink. Fan Da Che had already accepted his fate, and borrowed money to treat them. The wine was drunk very quickly. Chen Sanqiu and the rest had already returned home. Guo Zhuju flew over the walls to see the small bamboo chest. It had been a long time since they last met, and she missed it. In the end, only the head shopkeeper and second shopkeeper of the wine shop were left, as well as many drunkards who came to quench their thirst. While Stack Zhong was busy with business, Chen Pinggan squatted by the side of the road to drink. Yu Jufu and Zhu Mai actually came over to drink. Yu Jufu carried the wine jug and walked towards Chen Pinggan. The sword cultivator who was beside the second shopkeeper immediately laughed and gave up his position, each one more understanding than the other. Yu Jufu sat on the steps at the side, while Zhu Mai stood not far away. Sister Shi's heroism was something that young girls could never learn. Yu Jufu asked, Chen Pinggan, your fist technique, is it not widely spread in the Aquarius continent? Chen Pinggan shook his head. There are very few people who learn it, the number can be counted on one hand. Based on the number of people who learn it, it is the small fist type. Based on the level of fist intent, it is the big fist type. Yu Jufu nodded. Chen Pinggan, strive to reach the far traversing realm as soon as possible. You and Cao Ci, regardless of whether you are geniuses or not, on the path of martial arts, even if you walk ahead, it is not a bad thing, at least for me. Don't learn from those cultivators on the mountain, only walking on a single plank bridge. Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and laughed. Let's encourage each other. Yu Jufu drank the wine and left with Zhu Mai. Chen Pinggan bid farewell to the child and returned to the Ning residence. But when he reached the gate, he suddenly said to Bai Momo, who was waiting at the gate, that he wanted to return to the city. Riding the talisman boat, he left the city, and below was the private residence of the Sword Immortals. When he reached the city, he first went to look for his eldest senior brother. After he spoke of his thoughts, he laughed and said, "It is good that you can think this way, it saves me some trouble. With your current cultivation, how much can you do? Big things. In the end, the direction of the overall situation is how it should be. Your sewing and mending is good, but it is limited to this and not of much use. But before that, I have a question to ask you. Let's not talk about cultivation or identity, but only one possibility. If you die here, you can defend the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Will you die?" Chen Pinggan was silent. Left and right said, "In any case, it is only an impossible possibility, so what is the answer in your heart? You know it. If you don't compete with yourself, how can you compete with the heavens and earth? Don't think that thinking too much is a bad thing. Our Confucian school believes that there is a beginning and an end to things, and that there is a beginning and an end to things. If you know the sequence, you will be close to the Tao." In Buddhism, there is a time of gradual enlightenment and sudden enlightenment. In Taoism, there is also a time of accumulating millet. Take it slow. Chen Pinggan looked down at the southern battlefield and said softly, "I will remember senior brother's teachings." Left and right thought of something. "You cannot be negligent in your studies. I will give you 2 more small questions. Think about why Buddhism and Taoism treat the matter of sculpting statues so differently. Then there are the 4 bodhisattvas of Buddhism: wisdom, compassion, practice, and wish power. If you follow the order of Sir's teachings, which order do you think is better, the best? Wisdom first, compassion in the heart, great aspirations, and then practice? Or do you have a compassionate heart first, make a great wish, and develop wisdom through practice? Think about it yourself, think more." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Okay." Then, he smiled bitterly, "Senior brother, this is not a small problem." Left and right said, "On my side, it is a small problem. On Sir's side, it is not a problem." Chen Pinggan bade farewell and left. With a thought, he did not go to the thatched cottage to look for eldest Sword Immortal. Instead, there was one more thing that Chen Pinggan needed to do. Left and right frowned. "Can't you be more straightforward? Do you have to torture my junior brother like this?" If not for the fact that eldest Sword Immortal's swordsmanship was indeed high, Left and Right would have said, "Who do you think you are?" Chen Qingdo came to Left and Right, hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "It's good to have the best swordsmanship. Every day, I feel refreshed." Chen Qingdou's line of sight was an extremely distant small world. In the small world, there was a proper school. A man in a Confucian robe was teaching the young boys and girls. First, he talked about the opening of a mountain in poetry. With the white sun at the end of the mountain and spring grass growing in the pond as an example, he talked about two sentences that seemed simple and straightforward, but in fact, he took up all the glory and did not leave any room for future generations. This Confucian scholar's pseudonym was Ju Mi. Behind him was a screen with a golden and jade landscape style. In front of him was a desk full of books and literates offerings. There were the 4 treasures of the study, the paperweight, the ink bed, and 9 other small items. The more flashy and impractical a spirit artifact was, the more likely it was to be viewed as a precious treasure by many demon cultivators in the wilderness. Even so, the more likely it was to be viewed as a treasure by many demon cultivators. This Ju Mi was the great demon with the second highest throne in the abyss of the ancient well, second only to the grey-clothed old man. He was even higher than the bearded man with a sword on his back, Liu Cha. He was known as the Sea of Learning in the Wasteland, the moon-supporting mountain in terms of knowledge. He read a lot of books and learned everything. He was proficient in the 3 schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the 100 schools of thought, poetry, arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, metal, and music. He was very good at all of them. Ju Mi called himself the Old Bookworm, and was also known as the Old Fox reaching heaven. Among the disciples, Sai Chen, Kaiying, Tong Xian, Tong Yin, Yu Zhao, and Liu Bai from the Jioshan tent were now in the list of the 100 Sword Immortals. In addition, a large group of disciples earlier were now people of the military, Shang, and Taoism. The surnames of all the disciples under Ju Mi could only be obtained after the Great Wall of Sword Qi was breached. In fact, the person in charge of writing this genealogy was Ju Mi. It was said that in history, the withered bone great demon, Bai Ying, once asked curiously, "Does Mr. Ju want to be the master of our world's culture and education?" Ju Mi smiled and answered, "Not enough." Today, Ju Mi talked about the trivial knowledge of being naive and doing things in the ways of the world. He talked for more than half an hour. Moreover, he often asked the students for their answers first. As a teacher, Ju Mi would give his own answer. If someone solved the problem well, Ju Mi would directly give him a bookcase as a tribute. Today, he gave his disciples a bookstore seal engraved with endless stream and mountain. Back when Ju Mi had first started teaching the Tao, he had told the first generation of students that the scholars of the world didn't care about reason anymore. Of course, they had their own reasons. Right and wrong, good and bad, were complex. However, the scholars of the wildlands were far from that level, and didn't have the qualifications to treat everyone with reason. Because their foundation was too weak, when it came to learning, they had to have respect in their hearts. All of Ju Mi's disciples only had one homework, which was to copy the classics of the 100 schools of thought every day. The last question of the day was Ju Mi's talk about man and time. This involved a fundamental principle. Ju Mi believed that the demon race had been enlightened and transformed into human form. However, only those who read books could be considered human. Ju Mi had a smile on his face as he spoke about what he was thinking about. Before the age of 10, time flowed slowly like a small stream. It was so slow that it seemed like it would never grow and could not see the distant scenery. After the age of 20, one did not care about the passage of time at all. It was fast and slow. One would be bored out of their wits if they took an extra look. After the age of 30, time began to run wildly and people were caught off guard. After the age of 40, it was like a rolling river that was about to enter the sea. After the age of 60, it suddenly changed again. It was like a quiet lake that was still and motionless. Before the end, it was like a waterfall that suddenly fell into a deep pool. Some disciples understood what he meant, while others did not pay much attention. Ju Mi did not decide who was better and who was worse because of this. He only smiled and said, "The purer the knowledge, the more meaningless it is on the surface." However, from my personal point of view, the true power in the world is not a high position or a strong fist. It is a person who can truly affect the hearts of many. It is good that you can listen to it. If you can't, it doesn't matter. You have a skill to settle down. As time passes, as long as you don't lock your hearts, you will have a chance to walk up step by step. The scenery of the great Tao is great. When you reach the vast world, you can do whatever you want. When Zhu Mi said this, he turned his head and looked at the screen. In truth, he was looking at a certain spot on the Great Wall of Sword energy. He smiled and said, "Don't say that the heavens have no eyes and ears. Don't say that the earth has no heart." Chen Qingdu smiled and said, "You are still far from establishing a sect." In the night, a slow man came from the Great Wall of Sword energy to the Jingjian Pavilion through the newly opened door of the inverted mountain. The person accompanying him was Yang Ji's father, who had used the camouflage spell. He was the head of the Yang family, Yang Ming, who had done business with the vast world-crossing continent ferry for countless years. The Jingjian Pavilion had already closed its doors to visitors, so there were only 2 people walking inside. The slow man began to pick and collect the sword immortal paintings one by one. The head of the Yang family said, "Chen Pinggan, help me carve a seal. I will ask Yang Ji to send it to the Ning family later. The fee is 1 grain of grain rain money. You don't have to think about the seal. Just 5 words. Climbing the city is like visiting a grave." Chen Pinggan had just put away a painting. He thought for a while and asked, "Can you add 5 more words?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Pinggan said, "Offering wine as soon as the sword is drawn." Yang Ming was silent for a moment and nodded. "I won't let you carve 5 more words for nothing. 2 grains of grain rain money." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Uncle Yang, you don't have to pay." Yang Ming asked, "You think it's too little? So you don't want it?" Chen Pinggan was speechless. Yang Ming motioned for Chen Pinggan to continue with his work. He walked to the side and said with an indifferent expression, "You are a scholar. If you can use your fists and swords on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you should speak more words of conscience. If I were not a businessman, I would feel that I need to pay you for every word." Chen Pinggan carefully put away the scrolls one by one. Chen Pinggan could not guess why the eldest sword immortal wanted him to do this. Why did he want to come to the Jingjian Pavilion to take back all the sword immortal paintings? He just had to do it. The 2 walked out of the Jingjian Pavilion together. When Chen Pinggan walked down the steps, he suddenly said, "Uncle Yang, can I sit for a while?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "I will wait for you at the gate. Don't stay too long." After Yang Ming left, in the dead of night, there was only 1 moon in the vast sky. Chen Pinggan sat alone on the steps, lost in thought. If you like someone, you have to take care of her for a lifetime and give your life to her. If I leave first, she will be the last person I see. If she leaves first, I will be the last person she sees. Can I find a friend to drink the best wine that is not expensive? Can I drink the worst wine to my heart's content? Can I think of some people who have passed away? Once I think of their words and actions, I will feel that I have not done well enough. Growing up was not a slow change of time. It was not walking from one place to another. It was often something that happened in an instant. Where one's mind was, one's flying sword would follow. One's body, mind, and life would be free. However, how should one become a sword cultivator? For some reason, the ancient remnant sword intent of the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not seem to favor Chen Pinggan at all. Chen Pinggan exhaled and stood up. He made up his mind. Even if he did not have an extremely suitable natal item, he would make do this once. After gathering the 5 elements, he should hurry back to the 3rd realm of Qi Refinement Warrior, the Willow Tendon realm. However, this was no different from pulling up seedlings to help them grow on the path of cultivation. After that, it would probably be a good retention realm. He quietly returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Yang Ming. Chen Pinggan followed the instructions of the eldest sword immortal and handed the item that contained all the paintings to Yang Ming. Chen Pinggan returned to the Ning residence first. On the city wall, Chen Qingdo kept the item that belonged to Chen Pinggan. Not only did he not open the item and take out all the paintings, he cast a forbidden spell and threw it back to Yang Ming. He said, "Return it to that kid. Tell him that there is a small problem with the item and that it can't be opened for the time being. We will talk about it later." Yang Ming braced himself and left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Qingdou and left beside stood and sat, looking into the distance. Chen Qingdou suddenly asked, "Is your little junior brother a fool? Didn't he already have the last item of the 5 elements? Why didn't he refine it?" Left beside said, "That is the work of perfected fire dragon and it involves the fundamental qi of pure martial arts. With Chen Pingan's current realm, it is impossible for him to strip it. One careless move and he will lose everything. Chen Qingdou, don't make sarcastic remarks here. Don't tell me that in your Great Wall of Sword Qi cultivators will drop 3 realms and pure martial arts will drop another realm before you are satisfied." Chen Qingdou laughed and said, "Is your eldest senior brother useless? Aren't you going to help?" This sentence was very hurtful because left beside really couldn't do it. If his swordsmanship was too high and there was too much sword qi, it would easily clash with the item that perfected fire dragon buried. This would cause Chen Pingan's small world to become a tragic battlefield. To be honest, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as long as Chen Qingdou didn't do it, no one could do it. However, who would dare to ask Chen Qingdou to do something? Left beside really dared to, but he knew that as long as Chen Qingdou was unwilling, it would be useless. Chen Qingdou was silent for a moment. "Chen Pingan, can you take it?" Left beside nodded and said, "Yes." Chen Qingdou laughed and asked, "If you want me to strip that fire seed and refine it into the 5th natal item, you have to pay a price. Chen Pingan needs to walk a similar path to becoming a true spirit god. Don't worry, it's just similar and not the real thing. Otherwise, not to mention you, even the old scholar will fight me to the death." For the first time, left beside hesitated. He was in a dilemma. Chen Qingdou clicked his tongue and said, "What a waste of being the eldest senior brother. He's not as straightforward as the youngest junior brother." Chen Pingan has already agreed. Left beside immediately stood up. "I'll go guard the array. I won't care about what's on the city wall first. If I miss the opportunity to use my sword, I'll make up for it in the future." Chen Qingdou pressed down on his shoulders. "Guard my ass, stay here obediently. There's no doubt that you will successfully refine the natal item. As for the path after that, what's the point of guarding the array? You're quite good at killing people, but it's a pity that you're really not good at teaching swordsmanship to save people." Either way, he was really enraged. It wasn't the first time he tolerated this eldest senior sword immortal. He was disrespectful to the teacher and bullied his junior brother to death. Did he really think that left beside was a clay bodhisattva without anger? Chen Qingdou increased the strength of his palm and said with a smile, "Left beside, it seems that you still don't trust your junior brother." Left beside frowned and asked, "How much?" Chen Qingdou stretched out a finger. "1 is that one. Isn't that enough?" Left beside was skeptical. Chen Qingdou laughed. "Left beside, your swordsmanship is so high. Would I lie to you?" Left beside directly unsheathed his sword. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi instantly sensed the anomaly. Chen Qingdou slightly changed his position and held the blade with his hand, allowing the long sword to slash through his palm. On the city wall, thousands of sparks immediately sputtered out. The battle started again. On the city wall, Liu Xianyang didn't come this time and followed beside Chen Chunan. As usual, Chen Pingan and Qi Shou were neighbors. Qi Shou felt that it was a little strange. Today, Chen Pingan felt a little different. He still wore a daoist robe, but there was a jade bamboo folding fan at his waist. He turned his head and smiled at Qi Shou. "It's only been a few days since we last met, but Brother Qi's demeanor is even better than before." Qi Shou immediately understood. However, after some thought, he wasn't sure. Who knew if it was another kind of trick? Therefore, Qi Shou said in a bad mood, "Stay away from me." Chen Pingan opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. After casually summoning 4 flying swords, he shook his head and sighed. "Brother Qi, oh Brother Qi, who gave you the confidence to look down on a 3rd realm cultivator as a mere nascent soul cultivator?" Qi Shou turned a deaf ear to him. However, he was especially ruthless when he attacked with his sword today. Qi Shou originally wanted to ask why left beside suddenly attacked, but now, he didn't want to say anything. On the wall near the thatched cottage, left beside asked eldest sword immortal telepathically, after successfully refining your natal item and enduring that hardship, can you nurture a natal flying sword? What's its grade? Chen Qingdou said with a blank face, did I say that? How can there be such a good thing in the world? How can a natal flying sword be given away so casually? Left beside turned his head and looked at the old man at the door of the thatched cottage. Chen Qingdou restrained his smile. I once borrowed a scholar wood sword box, and I'll return the favor. I'll let Chen Pinggan become a sword box, or a scabbard. As for whether or not he'll be able to nurture a life-bound flying sword that's blessed by the heavens, and what grade of life-bound flying sword he'll be able to nurture, will depend on his own fortune. Left beside took a deep breath and flew out of the city. Once again, he left the city with his sword and went to find an Ascendant Realm great demon alone. In the secret chamber of Ning Mansion. Chen Pinggan, who was a cultivator of the Third Realm and a martial artist of the Seventh Realm, could only use his yin spirit to travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His true body and yang spirit body remained in Ning Mansion. This was because eldest sword immortal said that the yin spirit had accumulated too many thoughts. No matter how much he washed his sword, he couldn't cleanse it into a pure state. Even if he cleansed it into a pure realm of light, he wouldn't be Chen Pinggan anymore. Chen Pinggan held his breath and focused. What he thought in his heart was a sentence from a book: reach the 8 extremes, wander 10,000 miles, silent and thoughtful, ponder for 1,000 years. When his mind was silent and almost asleep, only a pair of thoughts deep in his heart slowly swam at the bottom of his heart like a dragon. However, the two didn't fight, but got along happily. Sword cultivators were free in body and mind. They had the greatest killing power, higher than the sky. Chen Pinggan suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, eldest sword immortal, please use your sword. In the secret chamber, the sword light exploded with a bang. Chen Pinggan's flesh was instantly torn open. Even his golden body physique was like paper. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in blood and flesh. Then, his limbs, bones, internal organs, and even his eyes were completely melted by the sword light. In an instant, only a set of white bones was left. In the end, not even a set of white bones remained. In the endless night, the muddle-headed young man stumbled along the road that did not have any light. He was just walking forward subconsciously. As he walked to the side of a hunchbacked child in straw shoes. The latter walked slowly and carried a large basket on his back. The child stopped and looked up at the young man. He seemed very sad, as if he didn't know why he was still so tired after growing up. Therefore, the child was heartbroken and didn't want to continue walking. He squatted on the ground and leaned against the large basket that was never full of herbs. He started to sob. The young man staggered and squatted down, staring blankly at himself who hadn't grown up. They looked at each other. The young man said 3 words to the child. I'm sorry. Then, the child wiped his tears and took the initiative to reach out his hand. The young man took the child's hand, stood up, and walked forward together. The young man was still in a daze. He only told his child about the beautiful things that he would encounter in the future out of his heart. It was as if he had completely forgotten the sufferings that could be said and could not be said about growing up. It was as if he could not remember the unpleasant things and the complicated ways of the world. The child gradually smiled. He looked up and looked at his grown-up self with some longing. Finally, the child stopped and clenched the rope tied to the basket with both hands. He smiled brightly and pointed to the road ahead for his grown-up self. The young man raised his eyes and looked into the distance. A flickering light appeared on the road that had been so dark that he couldn't see his own fingers. All of a sudden, the world was clear and bright. 624. On top of the city wall, Qi Shou could not help but turn his head to look. Chen Pinggan took out stacks of yellow paper talisman. It felt like the opening of a new shop, but who was he going to sell these low-grade talisman to? Was he going to sell them to the beasts of the wasteland? There were really a lot of talismans. Similar talismans were stacked together in piles. Therefore, there were more than a dozen small hills, some high and some low. There were more than 1,000 talismans. The talisman paper was made of very common materials and was definitely not worth much. Since the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not sell it, it was obvious that Chen Pingan had brought it from the vast world. It did not even count as the entry-level talisman paper of the lower 5 realms. It was really just a yellow paper talisman sold in the streets. If a peachwood sword was added to it, it would be the standard item of the Taoist priests who walked under the mountains and swindled people. When Chen Pingan finished setting up the array, he turned to look at Qi Shou. Qi Shou knew that something was wrong. Chen Pingan's eyes were sincere, like a father looking at his son. He smiled and said, "Brother Qi, don't miss this opportunity. I'm Chen Pingan of the bag shop, and the second shopkeeper of the wine shop. Although my bag shop is small, it has roamed the pugilistic world of the Aquarius continent, Tongya continent, and the North continent for many years. Especially the talisman, it is famous for its low price and good quality. It has an excellent reputation and has received countless golden talisman from customers who have bought my talisman. They have reaped great benefits and are grateful to me. I can't stop them. Brother Qi, do you have any thoughts? You and I have fought side by side. Even if we aren't friends, we are better than friends. I can give you a discount. If Brother Qi doesn't have any divine money on him, it's fine. I'll allow you to buy on credit without interest. I'm a very negotiable person." Qi Shou pretended not to hear. However, he could not persuade Chen Pingan to stop nagging. He talked about the subtleties of his talisman one by one. He said that although the Heavenly Thunder talisman was born from a side branch of the orthodox thunder technique, it was extremely lethal. He said that the Great River talisman was perfect for the battlefield where blood was lakes and rivers. There was also the Earth talisman that could raise mountains from the ground and stop the advance of the demon army. The talisman was very mysterious. Qi Shou was annoyed by the noise and could only sneer and say, "Although I'm just a tiny nascent soul sword cultivator and am not as awe-inspiring as a third realm cultivator like second shopkeeper, I'm still a sword cultivator in the end." Burn yellow paper. The Great Wall of Sword Chi doesn't have such a custom. Chen Pingan grabbed a stack of talisman. He was very patient and his smile did not diminish in the slightest. He explained to Brother Qi, "This is an opportunity of the great Tao that I exchanged with countless jars of immortal wine. A certain great sword immortal was drunk and accidentally revealed the heavenly secret. He privately taught me this guiding talisman. The guiding talisman can let the living pass. On the battlefield, of course, it can also send the enemy to the Yellow Springs." Brother Qi, are you really not tempted? The war hasn't really reached its climax yet. If you only use your flying sword to kill beasts, it will more or less lose some of the fun. It's like drinking in my wine shop. No matter how good the wine is and how great the Great Wall of Sword Chi is, in the end, you still need pickled vegetables and yangchun noodles to go with the wine. Chen Pingan switched his hand and grabbed another stack of talisman. This talisman has a great origin. It's the Sword Chi Bridge talisman that the Great Sword Immortal used to establish his life. Brother Qi, your realm is not high for the time being, but I believe that your eyesight is good. Look at how complicated it is to put pen to paper. The seemingly small talisman is simply a talisman array. I won't say anything else. Just the amount of immortal cinnabar used to draw the talisman is how much is needed. Brother Qi, how can you conclude that my talisman is worthless just because the quality of the talisman paper is not the best? Brother Qi, I didn't expect you to be such a vulgar person who judges a book by its cover. I'm very disappointed. That Li Jun was killed by me on the battlefield. Brother Qi and I fought back and forth and in the end, you only lost to me by a little. This means that Brother Qi is at least a little better than Li Jun. If you were in the moon-bearing mountain, it wouldn't be difficult for you to be the big brother. Qi Shou said angrily, "Chen Pingan, are you done yet? During the war, I'll have to trouble you to control your flying sword and kill the enemy. Even if you dare to be distracted and risk your life, don't implicate others." Chen Pingan put down the 2 stacks of talisman and gently tapped his chest with the folded fan. He looked at the battlefield in the south and said with a smile, "Since Brother Qi doesn't have the intention to buy it for the time being, it doesn't matter. In this world, fate is the most important thing. I'll just watch Brother Chi's heroic way of killing the enemy. On the other side of the city, some people have a small criticism of Brother Chi's method of killing the enemy, thinking that it's too cruel. In my opinion, it's very good. Brother Chi's habits of being a young master of a wealthy family, his arrogance as a genius sword cultivator, and his selfishness of not being able to tolerate his peers being stronger than him are minor flaws. However, as long as you're on the battlefield, Brother Chi will transform into a true hero. To be able to endure Chen Pinggan, who wanted to kill him but couldn't, and even be able to suppress some of the unhappiness in his heart to help me kill the enemy and defend the battlefield, such a sword cultivator Chi Shou really has the demeanor of a first-rate sword immortal. Chi Shou took a deep breath. As long as I don't buy your lousy talismans, will you continue to talk about it? Chen Pinggan opened his folding fan and said with a smile, I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. Brother Chi, just fight with your sword elegantly. Chi Shou withdrew his gaze and continued to control the flying kite and heartstrings to kill the demons. Compared to the first battle, the proportion of demon clan cultivators who had taken human form in this battle was significantly higher in the siege army. They were no longer those unenlightened beasts on the city wall whose sword cultivators had high realms and could not even be counted as battle achievements. In the first opening battle, these demons, who were not serious cultivators at all, were mostly driven to charge forward. Their only use was to pile up corpses into mountains to fill the deep ravines opened up by the sword immortals. Their flesh and blood soaked the earth, affecting the time and place. In fact, Chi Shou did not care about the few talisman of the 5 elements at all. Only the guiding talisman and the bridge talisman, especially the latter, interested him a little. This was because there were traces of sword aura flowing on the talisman paper, which could not be faked. In the talisman gallbladder, there was not much sword intent, but it was very pure. When Chen Pinggan said that it was privately taught by the great sword immortal, Chi Shou somewhat believed it. However, it was not difficult for Chi Shou to defend the battlefield by himself. He did not want to do business with Chen Pinggan at all. No matter what he said, his reputation as the second manager of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for selling wine and being the banker was so widespread that even other bankers could not earn money. This had never happened in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The more experienced a gambler was, the fiercer his scolding would be. Did Chen Pinggan not know? The sword cultivator who replaced Xie Songhua and Liu Xianyang's battlefield was an old nascent soul cultivator who had been silent ever since he arrived at the top of the wall. He was Cheng Quan, who had fallen from the upper 5 realms back to the nascent soul realm. He liked to quarrel with the sword immortal Zhao Zhoge for most of his life. They sat at the top of the wall, one in the south and one in the north. They would spit at each other whenever there was a disagreement. In the past, when he confronted Zhao Zhoge, the old nascent soul cultivator was very talkative. After leaving Zhao Zhoge and being alone, it seemed that he had no opponent, so he did not say a word. In fact, in the south of the city, there was a private residence left behind by a sword immortal. Cheng Quan's grandmaster used his battle achievements to exchange for it. Later, it was recorded under Cheng Quan's name. This was because in Cheng Quan's lineage, other than him, the rest of the family and sect had all died. They had a similar ending as the female sword immortal Zhu Cheng. Cheng Quan's sword was extremely smooth. Wherever the flying sword passed, a mountain peak that seemed to be carved out of jade would appear in the sky above the battlefield, smashing the demons into meat paste. If a demon cultivator was lucky enough to survive or dodge, then a few more mountain peaks would be thrown. Once each mountain was shattered by a demon race cultivator with a high cultivation base, it would turn back into jade lake water. When it landed on the ground, it would instantly freeze the battlefield. When the demon race cultivators looked up, they would see another mountain pressing down on them. Therefore, compared to the two neighbors, Chen Pinggan's 4 flying swords and Chi Shou's killing of demons, Cheng Quan's battlefield was very clean and refreshing. This was not the scene that opened Chen Pinggan's eyes. It was the fact that many relatively weak demon souls were easily pulled into the lake involuntarily and eventually shattered together with the frozen lake water. In fact, Cheng Quan also had a seemingly useless natal flying sword, tablet inscription. Other than that, she also had a natal item of great refinement. Its name was unknown, but it had the wonders of the bonsai. It could turn rocks into mountains and water into rivers. Therefore, in the early years, Chen Quan's teacher was one of the sword immortals who led a team to hunt in the wilderness. He would first refine the rivers and mountains, then bring them back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and hand them to his disciple, Chen Quan, to refine them. After Chen Quan brought out the small mountains and rivers in the bonsai, coupled with the tablet inscription ability of her natal flying sword, strange phenomena would occur on the battlefield. The rivers would surge and the mountains would protrude. Under the guidance of the tablet inscription sword intent, the rivers would suddenly increase and the mountains would become taller. Therefore, in the battle after the Battle of 13, Chen Quan was targeted by a great demon, Chong Guang. He even used a sneak attack to cause Chen Quan's realm to drop. This was because Chen Quan, who was at the Jade Primitive Realm, might not stand out among the sword immortals, but on the battlefield, together with the Jade Primitive Realm Wu Chengpei who had the Sweet Rain Sword, this kind of sword immortal would cause great damage to the attacking army in the wilderness. Chen Pinggan turned his head to look, and Chen Quan said indifferently, "Shut up. I don't have money for you to cheat." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "All right." Qi Shou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Good fellow, they were both nascent soul sword immortals, so why was Chen Pinggan so easy to talk to when he was with Chen Quan? Not only that, Qi Shou realized that Chen Pinggan, who was rebuffed, not only did not hold a grudge, he even threw a pot of azure immortal mountain wine worth 5 snow coins to the old man from afar. Chen Quan opened the mud seal and smelled it. He said disdainfully, "The taste is too bland, how can it be considered wine? Only women like Zhao Zhoge would like it." Although he said that, he still had to drink the wine. He did not expect Chen Pinggan to throw a pot of the wine shop's new soju wine. Chen Quan smelled it and nodded, "Now this is considered wine. No wonder the shop's business is good. If you open a wine shop on the city wall, I will buy it too." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I don't buy on credit." Chen Quan glanced at the young man and asked, "I heard you were knocked down by a little girl in front of Ning Mansion's gate with one punch." Chen Pinggan gently tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, "I won't hide it from Senior Cheng. Showing my strength to the enemy is my specialty. No matter who fights with me, the chance of winning is very high. For example, this brother Qi beside me. In the second battle, it was still Chu Yizhu, Song Zhan, and Ku Lei's 4 flying swords. Chen Pinggan dealt with them more easily and comfortably, his flying swords extremely fast. When it came to controlling flying swords, he was still the best at it. He did not need to be restrained by principles, so his mind was naturally purer. Principles were good, but too much of it would also suppress people, and the flying swords would naturally slow down by a hair. The difference of a hair's breadth was like the difference between cloud and mud. Chen Quan felt that this kid's words were much more interesting than that Zhao Zhoge. Therefore, this old Yuanying directly moved his seat and sat next to Chen Pinggan. He asked, "I heard that the vast world has many strange mountains and rivers that can wash one's ears and brighten one's eyes, allowing one to linger on?" Chen Pinggan did not even turn his head to talk to him. He only looked ahead and said with a smile, "It's just like that. After seeing too much of it, especially when one has to trudge through it, one will also get bored. Everywhere one's vision is blocked, and it is very difficult for one's mind to be as clear as a bird flying through the south. The cultivators in my hometown have lived in the mountains for a long time. When they are too quiet, they will want to move and go to the mortal world outside of the mountains and rivers. Going down the mountain only to go up the mountain is also very boring." Chen Quan was a little regretful that he had moved to sit here. This guy was talking very enthusiastically just now, but now he was all talk and no action at all. Chen Pinggan took out a Bi-Sword Deity Seal script from his chest. He turned his head and handed it to Chen Quan with a smile. "Senior Cheng, see if there are any seals that you are interested in. My business is really good, and almost all of them have been sold. But if Senior Cheng asks for them, not only can I engrave more seals, I can also give you a discount. Even if Senior Cheng doesn't like them, you just need to resell them and make money for 1 or 2 pots of wine. Why not?" Chen Quan took the Bi-Sword Deity Seal script and casually flipped to a page. He chuckled and said, "Outside of business, Whoever chooses a seal, on the surface, they seem to have met by fate, but in fact, they have some kind of attachment. I give it to you for free. Not only can I make money, but I can also see a person's heart. Deputy manager, it's a good deal. Is it better to see a person's heart? Is it better to push the door or knock the door? I don't think it's good. Then, Chen Pinggan waved his folding fan and said with an aggrieved expression, Senior Cheng, don't talk nonsense and bully a junior just because your sword arts are profound and unique among sword immortals. However, Senior Cheng is currently drinking wine, reading a book, and unsheathing your sword. Sword Chi flips the book, killing demons with wine. Senior Cheng, you are a very distinguished person. Although Cheng Quan casually flipped through the pages, he was not careless in the slightest when he looked at the seal script. As for Chen Pinggan, although he had returned to being a bundle Zhai, his swordsmanship was not sluggish at all. When Cheng Quan saw the side of the seal, she paused for a moment and was about to deliberately turn the page. She never thought that from the corner of her eyes, she would see the shameless little bastard staring at her in a daze. Then, the latter smiled knowingly, probably saying that he understood. He would definitely see through it but would not say it out loud. Senior Cheng did not need to feel embarrassed at all. Cheng Quan did not mind. He reached out his hand and touched the words, especially the word beauty at the end. It made the old sword cultivator sigh. Worn donkey hat and old clothes, green mountains and clear water, old roads, morning dew, evening glow, starry river, lantern light, beautiful woman. Cheng Quan and Zhao Qi had been fighting for their entire lives. He did not know who she liked. She only said that she liked whoever reached the immortal realm first. At that time, Cheng Quan's realm was higher and his aptitude was better. Therefore, Cheng Quan said that she definitely liked him. However, Zhao Qi kept saying that it was her good intentions back then, hoping to inspire his Dao heart. They both had their own reasons and fought for countless years. Once, there was a female sword immortal called Song Yuntsai in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She, Cheng Quan, and Zhao Qi were all born in the same shabby alley. The three of them were sword cultivators in the upper 5 realms and had fought side by side for many years. The alley where 3 sword immortals emerged at the same time was so famous that even the inverted hanging mountain, the further rain dragon sect, and the further south swirling continent had heard of it. Cheng Quan threw the bi-sword deity's sealbook back to Chen Pinggan and said casually, when you become a sword cultivator in the future, don't get too involved with the world. Chen Pinggan put away the sealbook. Today, he did not manage to complete the 2 transactions at the bundle shop. He even wasted 2 pots of immortal wine. However, since Cheng Quan said that he was a sword cultivator, it was a good sign. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words. We'll talk about it after I become a sword cultivator." The 2 of them remained silent and drew their swords. Qi Shou was a little envious of the second shopkeeper. He could really chat with anyone. 2 hours later, Cheng Quan suddenly said, "In my opinion, regardless of the fist technique or magic weapon, you're quite quick-witted. This is the most important skill you have. If I asked you to engrave that sealbook just now, the edge of the book will not change. I only need you to change the words of the sealbook. What would you engrave? In my opinion, the bi-sword deity's sealbook and the inscriptions on the fan are a mess of words. You can just copy it after reading some books. At most, you can just use it for a while. It can't be considered true skill. The disciples of the literary sage's lineage are full of knowledge. They shouldn't be limited to this." This time, it was Cheng Quan's turn to broaden her horizons. The second shopkeeper actually took out a sealbook and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble Senior Cheng to take care of my battlefield. Of course, I'll still take the credit." With Cheng Quan's sword helping to block the enemy, it was very stable. Chen Pinggan generously took a break from the busy work. He took back his 4 flying swords. 3 of them entered the blade-strengthening gourd to cultivate for a while. He only used Flying Sword 15 as a carving knife. Not only did he change the sealbook, he also changed the edge of the sealbook. After handing it over to Cheng Quan held it in her palm. She raised her head and looked at it. Expressionless, she nodded and said, "It's passable." Cheng Quan put the brand new sealbook, which seemed to be pleasing to her eyes but could not be considered as a true love, into her sleeve. An old friend is even more beautiful, generous, and strange. A peak in a youth's heart is suddenly stolen by the clouds. The sealbook, careless. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to use his sword again. He still let Cheng Quan help to clean up the battlefield. He muttered to himself, "A great heart is not afraid of being seen by others." Chen Pinggan used the jade bamboo folding fan given to him by his student, Kui Dongshan, to fan himself and Senior Cheng. He laughed and said, "This is a seal tailor-made for Senior. Not only is the material excellent, every word is written with care. The original price is not high, 1 grain of Guyu money. In addition, Senior Cheng is a sword immortal, so you get a 20% discount. Now that you've helped me kill the enemy, you get a 50% discount. It only costs 5 grains of Guyu money." Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, "If it were me, I would ask for a discount. 1 grain of Guyu money would be 1 grain of Guyu money." Cheng Quan ignored the young man. The old sword cultivator looked absent-minded. A smile slowly appeared on his weathered face. He muttered, "She was the most beautiful woman in our Great Wall of Sword Chi. She was very beautiful." Speaking of this, Cheng Quan said to Chen Pinggan in a serious manner, "She was even more outstanding than your Ning Yao." Unexpectedly, the scholar changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. Chen Pinggan immediately cursed, "Bullshit." Cheng Quan was in a good mood. This was a familiar scene, so she was not afraid of it. However, after drinking his wine and taking his seal, it was not appropriate for her to curse back. She laughed and said, "Why are you still cursing?" Chen Pinggan asked, "If you suppress your realm to the 3rd realm, you'll see if I curse you or not." Cheng Quan reminded him with a smile, "Second shopkeeper, if you continue to be so unforgiving, I won't be polite anymore." Qi Shou was a little helpless. The quarrel between the old and the young on the other side was as imposing as a group of 200 people fighting. Fortunately, it did not delay them from drawing their swords to block the enemy. This was normal. One was an old sword cultivator who had been through many battles, while the other was a second shopkeeper who haggled over every detail. The only thing Qi Shou did not expect was that both sides could really curse. It seemed that Chen Pinggan had the upper hand, because some of the curses were uttered by Chen Pinggan in the dialect of his hometown or the language of other continents. Cheng Quan could not understand, so she had to guess what the other side was cursing. Sometimes, Chen Pinggan would look at her with pity and use the dialect of other continents to praise and curse. Occasionally, he would repeat it in the language of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If Cheng Quan wanted to fight back, she would have to guess whether the words were true or false. Therefore, she was in a difficult situation. Her skill in cursing, which she had honed from years of mutual training with Zhao Jiao, was inevitably greatly reduced. It was very lively. When Fan Dash came to deliver the wine to Chen Pinggan, his scalp went numb. Fan Dash had only come once and did not dare to come again. He had Dong Huafu, who had temporarily withdrawn from the battlefield to rest, deliver the wine. Dong Huafu liked the liveliness. He sat to the side and listened attentively. Not only could he nurture his sword, he could also watch the show. He felt that he had learned a lot of new knowledge. What's more, Dong Huafu's skill of adding fuel to the fire was a unique talent that no one could learn. 10 days later, the two armies faced each other without a truce. Cheng Quan and Chen Pinggan once again welcomed a truce. In fact, Qi Shou was the one who suffered the most. Chen Pinggan often used him as an example, saying things like how his brother Qi was at such a young age, a 30-year-old young man, but he was already a nascent soulsword cultivator. "Old man Cheng, if you want face, you should quickly stay away from Qi Shou. Old man Cheng, it's fine if your realm is not high, but I heard that you only have 2 natal flying swords. How many flying swords does Brother Qi have? Most importantly, each of Brother Qi's flying swords are of the highest quality that can only be seen once in 1,000 years. Old man Cheng, how can you compare to him?" With Cheng Quan's temper, once she got angry, let alone cursing Qi Shou, she would not even let the 18 generations of the Qi family's ancestors off. Cheng Quan smiled and said, "Brother Chen, after sparring with you, I'll quarrel with that sissy Jiao Jiao. It'll be a sure win. Chen Pinggan waved his folding fan and said with a smile, allow me to say something fair. I can scold both of you alone. Cheng Quan glared and said, you're going to open a dye house just because I gave you some color? Let's spar again. Chen Pinggan seemed to be silent, but he conversed with Cheng Quan through telepathy. Cheng Quan seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he nodded and said to Qi Shou, that little bastard from the Qi family with eyes on his forehead, Grandpa Cheng sees that you have a good foundation. How about I give you a fated chance? Qi Shou pretended to be deaf and dumb. Cheng Quan took out 2 more stacks of talisman and went to Qi Shou's side. After a while, Cheng Quan returned to her original spot. She was not beside Chen Pinggan, but at the city wall where the female sword immortal Xie Songhua and the scholar Liu Xianyang were. Qi Shou took out 2 talisman. They were the guiding talisman and the bridge talisman. He looked at them carefully. The 2 talisman were of higher quality than he imagined. It was really a waste of talisman to be drawn on these crude talismans. Qi Shou hesitated for a while and finally said to Chen Pinggan telepathically, what are you planning? Cheng Quan said that Qi Shou's natal flying sword jumping pearl had not been refined to the acme of perfection. It only had the quantity, but it still lacked power. Then, she mentioned some seniors' teachings that Qi Shou had to ponder seriously. They were all Cheng Quan and Jiao Jiao's sword manipulation insights. They might not be completely suitable for Qi Shou's sword, but for a nascent soul cultivator who could easily fall into a state of immobility, even the slightest benefit of the great Tao could not be underestimated. Apart from that, Cheng Quan also suggested that Qi Shou might as well do business with Chen Pinggan. He would not suffer a loss, and if he did, he could ask Jiao Jiao for compensation. Chen Pinggan smiled, helping others is helping yourself. Chen Pinggan added, as for whether or not you want to give the world of wastelands a little surprise, that's up to you. I've never done business with a Pole. I'm particular about mutual consent, the happiness of earning money and the happiness of spending money. Qi Shou fell into deep thought. Cheng Quan's previous plan was very simple yet complicated. It was simple. It was because the jumping pearl flying sword that had a chance of becoming an immortal weapon in the future could transform into thousands of flying swords that were true and unmistakable and had sword intent that would not be reduced in the slightest. Since the number was sufficient, then he would add something extra, just like adding another innate ability to the natal flying sword. The complicated part was this so-called addition in an understated manner. The process was extremely complicated, requiring someone to assist the talisman for each flying sword. The flying swords would be linked to each other, requiring each flying sword jumping pearl to form a talisman array. In the end, all the flying swords jumping pearl would transform into a large talisman array. Apart from that, Qi Shou was also secretly worried that the gains would not make up for the losses. During this process, Chen Pinggan would become too familiar with his natal flying sword jumping pearl. After all, this flying sword jumping pearl was even more fundamental to Qi Shou's great Tao compared to his ancestral half-immortal weapon, Gao Zhu. Regardless of whether it was fighting with his life or killing enemies on the battlefield, when Qi Shou was able to control 1,000 flying swords that were truly jumping pearl, what kind of scene would that be? How did the people who fought against him feel? Just as Qi Shou had said, once he left the city, he and Chen Pinggan would be enemies. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed. Have you ever thought that with the Qi family's deep foundation, as long as you think of this and learn this talisman ability from me before your flying sword jumping pearl reaches the peak of its grade, as long as you can imitate it and spend money, you will reap great benefits? Would it be a loss for me to familiarize myself with the unique ability of the flying sword jumping pearl, or would it be a gain for Qi Shou to gain a true fighting strength? Brother Qi, oh brother Qi, you should weigh the pros and cons yourself. Qi Shou lowered his head and looked at the 2 stacks of talisman that had yet to be returned. He frowned. After breaking through, I can now control nearly 700 flying swords jumping pearl. Can your yellow paper talisman really form a talisman array? How should the price of each talisman be calculated? Once it's of little value, will it be easily destroyed in a confrontation with a demon sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms? How should it be calculated? The most important thing is, Will you really teach me all the intricacies of the talisman array one by one? Taking 10,000 steps back, I'm a pure sword cultivator. How can I learn that talisman on my own when I'm constantly engaged in battles? If you're just drawing a big pie that I can't eat even if I spend money, what's going on? Chen Pinggan clicked his tongue. Brother Qi, you're not generous enough. Doing business with me won't make a loss. You'll only earn more and less. This isn't something I said casually. It's a fact that I did it and all of you can see. Finally, Chen Pinggan turned his head and closed his folding fan. With a regretful expression, he shook his head and sighed. Brother Qi, if you treat me as a mortal enemy outside of the battlefield, am I worthy of the great Tao of the sword immortal that Brother Qi thinks is already in your bag? Chen Pinggan waved his folding fan and summoned the 2 stacks of talisman back to his side. He smiled. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we can still be benevolent. I'll give you a word of Brother Qi's teachings. A gentleman respects those who are in himself, but not those who are in the heavens. That's how he progresses. Chen Quan smiled and asked telepathically, is the deal over just like that? Chen Pinggan said, it's human nature. If it were me, I wouldn't agree so casually either. Chen Quan nodded and said, the talisman array is indeed of little value. Qi Shou isn't fooled by you. At least he has some brains. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, that's not true. My talisman art is extremely difficult to come by. Once it's completed, its power is really not small. Chen Quan was stunned. Wait a minute. According to you, you don't even have a guarantee whether it'll succeed or not. Chen Pinggan answered, do you think I can guarantee that it'll succeed immediately with you or Qi Shou? Besides, talisman drawing relies on talent the most. Practice makes perfect. It's a matter of course. What's wrong with wasting a few hundred talisman pieces? Qi Shou has a lot of money. Why would he be afraid of such a loss? If I didn't have *king conscience, I would have just taken out a stack of yellow talismans. That's what a deity would feel when spending money. Chen Quan laughed and said, Brother Chen, after helping someone, you can practice talisman drawing and even make money. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What a good plan. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, killing a pig and complaining that it's too fat? Chen Quan was overjoyed. However, Chen Pinggan said in the end, but looking at the biggest war in the world, I'm really looking forward to Qi Shou's 1,000 swords coming out together. Even if I'm not a sword cultivator, just thinking about that scene will make me fascinated. A gentleman respects those who are in himself and not those who are in the heavens. This is how he progresses. This sage's teachings, this good principle, actually came from Chen Pinggan's works. If one could envy what others have and at the same time respect those who are in themselves, wouldn't that be better? In the future, this little doubt, this little bit of reading experience, must be shared with his teacher. Qi Shou asked, how much is each yellow talisman sold for? Chen Pinggan fastened his folding fan to his waist, got up and bowed. He ran over to Qi Shou while muttering, I'll have to trouble Brother Qi to help me kill the enemy for a moment. I'll tell you in detail. In short, I can guarantee that the more talisman you buy, the greater the discount. Our brotherhood, which clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, can't be bought with money. Then, when he reached Qi Shou's side, Chen Pinggan turned his head and shouted, Brother Cheng, help Brother Qi out a little on this battlefield. Show some of the demeanor of a senior. At most, Brother Qi will be able to return to the top of the wall in half an hour. Chen Pinggan led Qi Shou away from the top of the wall and squatted together on the horse path at the corner of the wall. He piled up the yellow talisman at his feet and converged his voice into a line. He said softly, different talisman have different prices. Brother Qi isn't the kind of person who haggles over every ounce, so I'll give you a fair price and give you a 50% discount. 1,000 talisman, not a single one less. I'll only charge Brother Qi 3 grains of grain rain money. Qi Shou was about to get up and leave. How many taels of silver could 1,000 yellow talismans cost in vast heaven? At most, a few dozen taels. Even if the cinnabar used to draw the talismans did consume a lot, with Chen Pinggan's stingy temperament, The quality of the talismans couldn't be too good since he could draw more than 1,000 celestial cinnabar in one go. How many grains of grain rain money could he spend? At most, it would be a few grains of grain rain money. Chen Pinggan didn't stop him and just said, "This talisman formation of mine is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Of course, it's not an exact copy. To be honest, with my current level, I don't have the ability to draw it. However, the foundation of the talisman formation does have a great origin and is related to the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. Other than that, I'll definitely use my lifetime's talisman drawing skills without hiding anything. If I can save a talisman for Brother Qi, I'll do it. Of course, I'll say this in advance. After all, this is a talisman formation that has been lost for a long time. It's not a simple talisman drawing. Brother Qi must be mentally prepared for some wear and tear. As for how to attach the talisman intent to the sword, it's also an amazing unique skill. Qi Shou squatted back to his original position. The difficulty of climbing the mountain was the stepping stone. 10,000 taels of gold couldn't buy a technique. This was the rule of cultivation on the mountain. Qi Shou squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "How can these 1,000 talisman pieces be used to supplement my flying sword? Could it be that you've thought about this from the beginning? You wanted to make this deal with me, so each talisman was targeted. And you could even guess that we're neighbors. Look, Brother Qi, you're gauging the heart of a saint with the heart of a gentleman again. You've wronged me." Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. He picked up a stack of talisman papers and used his fingers to open them one by one. It turned out that other than a few at the beginning and the end, the rest were all blank. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "The path of talisman drawing is the most difficult thing to do. Last time, I fought with Li Jun until the sky turned dark and I lost too many priceless talisman. I was severely injured and dropped 3 realms in a row. Brother Qi, in all honesty, can you imagine this kind of suffering? After that, I was always busy. I had to practice my fist and repair my realm. I didn't even have time to draw these talisman papers. That's why I forgot to mention the labor costs of talisman drawing and the loss of so many demon-slaying battle merits." Qi Shou sneered, "Chen Quan helped you kill demons. The battle merits can't run away." Chen Pinggan made a no sound. "Then we'll just talk about the labor costs of talisman drawing. In our vast world, we all pay attention to the cost of polishing the brush. Brother Qi, it's fine as long as it's just a small sum of money." Qi Shou said, "There's no such thing in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pinggan said, "Then I really can't give you a discount for those 3 grains." Qi Shou said, "You're deliberately killing pigs. Brother Qi, I won't allow you to humiliate yourself like this. It's fine to call yourself a sucker." After saying this, Chen Pinggan let out a rare hearty laugh. He patted Qi Shou's shoulder. "I thought of an old friend who parted on good terms. Brother Qi, you'll definitely be like him. You'll be extremely lucky and live to the end." Qi Shou pushed away Chen Pinggan's hand from his shoulder and frowned. Chen Pinggan raised his head and stared at Qi Shou. He smiled, "I didn't misjudge Brother Qi. There's no need to fight to the death on the battlefield." Qi Shou asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "Take a guess." Qi Shou laughed, "Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you at your own game? Don't forget that there are many jumping pearl flying swords. You still don't know how many I have. Don't tell me you're going to keep watching every detail of my battlefield." Chen Pinggan nodded, "I have nothing to do. I'm still very good at it." Qi Shou recalled something. He had heard from his clan's patriarch that all the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi had received a strange order not long ago. At different stages, different sword immortals would hold back their strength. This was definitely not something the eldest sword immortal was willing to do. If they were willing to defect to the enemy or dare to betray, it was up to them. As long as they hid well enough, it was considered a skill. However, if they did not hide well and the eldest sword immortal saw through them, they would definitely die. Therefore, there was definitely an outsider's suggestion. Other than that, many young sword immortals had obtained a strange talisman from the clothing store. It could conceal one's figure. In the past, it was not that no one at the Great Wall of Sword Qi could draw such a talisman, but that no sword immortal felt the need to do so. There might be some sword immortals who wanted to do so, but they could only bury this suspicion deep in their hearts. Therefore, there were still outsiders who could persuade the elderly sword immortals to force the young sword immortals to paste the talismans. Furthermore, on the city walls, other than the top 10 sword immortals and the great sword immortals who were in critical positions, the other sword immortals began to silently change their positions. Qi Shou asked, "Did you say something to the eldest sword immortal?" Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "Now, it's not only the beasts in the wilderness who want me dead. Many sword immortals who need to find a way out for themselves want me dead too." Qi Shou had an odd expression. "Are you that unafraid of death? What are you after?" Chen Pinggan tapped his shoulder with his folding fan. "When I want to die, you can't even imagine my path. When I want to live, you can't even imagine it." Qi Shou sat on the ground and leaned against the wall. He stretched out his hand and said, "Bring me a flask of wine." Chen Pinggan sat by the side and threw over a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd that was still nurturing 4 flying swords. It was said that the inverted hanging mountain's spring banner house was about to mature. The blade-strengthening gourds that fell to the ground were all of high quality, but they were too expensive. Furthermore, there was no market for them. Qi Shou said to Cheng Quan, "Senior Cheng, please wait a moment. Let me drink another flask of wine." Chen Pinggan immediately shouted, "Brother Qi, I'll take all the credit for your drinking." Qi Shou was somewhat helpless. He was speaking to Cheng Quan through the ripples in his heart. Qi Shou drank the wine and asked, "Is it an old grudge between us?" Chen Pinggan smiled. "Back then, the Qi clan used their power to bully others. In the end, I can accept all the methods they used on the surface. Being strong, having a hard fist, and being straightforward can be considered a form of treating others with sincerity. I don't care if I like it or not. I'll just accept it because it's too simple. It saves me a lot of worry and effort. It can even cover up the right and wrong, making up for each other. If I can use my fist and sword, and everything that happened before is still the same, then it's simple. I'll return everything to you. Qi Shou, there are many real difficulties. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but when you reach the vast world, it's more worrying and troublesome. If you have the chance to go there in the future, remember to take it easy." Qi Shou shook his head. "I'm not interested in the vast world. Instead, I'd like to go to the heart of the savage world and learn from Alliance, the strongest Q-sword expert." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Going to the country with a sword, leaving your hometown thousands of miles away without any worries. You're very much a sword immortal." Chen Pinggan put away the blade-strengthening gourd. "Let's start earning money." Qi Shou took out 632 jumping pearl flying swords and gathered them at the foot of the wall. He was about to return to the top of the wall. Chen Pinggan suddenly said in a low voice, "If all the key talisman are replaced with imperial seals or better talisman papers, talisman arrays, and sword arrays, it's amazing. Brother Qi, when you take out your swords from the top of the wall, the power will be greater than the sky." Qi Shou stopped and asked curiously, "How much would that cost?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and looked to the north, smiling. "I'm in a good mood. I'll only take the same amount as you." Qi Shou turned around and heard the person say, "It's only 5. Qi Shou turned around. "Qi Xiong," the man asked, "isn't our heart-to-heart talk worth 2 grains of grain rain money?" Qi Shou shook his head with a straight face. "It's not worth it." The person said helplessly, "Brother Qi, it's not good to always look down on yourself like this." Qi Shou leaped onto the wall and thanked Senior Cheng Quan. In the secret chamber of the Ning residence, Chen Pinggan opened his eyes. He found that his body was intact and unscathed. Puzzled, Chen Pinggan walked out of the secret chamber in a daze and came to the training field. The world was silent along the way. He didn't see Grandma Bai. He walked all the way to the dragon-slaying cliff as if he was the only one in the vast world. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked over. It was as if someone had opened the heavens and arrived at the martial arts arena. Chen Pinggan's mind stirred slightly. It was inexplicably unbearable. A qi dwelling that had never been deliberately opened was agitated. However, this strange feeling was fleeting. The person who came to the Ning residence was the eldest sword immortal who had separated his soul. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists. Thank you, eldest sword immortal, for using your sword. Thank you again for covering heaven and earth. Chen Qingdou smiled. It's true that you used your sword, but how did you cover heaven and earth? Chen Pinggan was even more puzzled. Chen Qingdou said, in the past 10,000 years, there have been countless sword cultivators. It's rare to have a natal flying sword without knowing it. Chen Qingdou smiled and looked around. He nodded, being in the middle, what a caged bird. Chen Pinggan suddenly understood. He was very happy. Chen Qingdou asked, is it enough to detain the enemy in heaven and earth? What about the second natal flying sword? In an instant, other than Chen Pinggan and Chen Qingdou, the world was filled with flying swords. Layers upon layers, densely packed and innumerable. In my heaven and earth, all are caged birds. If I'm not a sword cultivator, who is? 625. Chen Qingdou glanced at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan immediately put away that unnamed flying sword. With a thought, all the flying swords hid in the Qi residence without any sword light and finally merged into one sword. Such flying swords that could ignore the obstruction of the river of time was actually very unreasonable. This was all thanks to this intrinsic flying sword. It was located in a small world created by the other intrinsic flying sword. The superposition of the two abhinas allowed for such an elusive effect. The intrinsic flying sword that a Qi refinement warrior refined by chance was ultimately a remnant of another sword cultivator. Compared to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, the two were different in form and spirit. The difference was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even though the former had been refined, it was still half an external object. The latter was truly a matter of life and death. It had all sorts of inconceivable intrinsic abhinas. The pine needle cough thunder was an imitation of the hateful sword mountain. Needless to say, it was more of a talisman's technique. It was used by the pure martial artist Chen Pinggan to escape or fight for his life. The 1st and 15th swords were true relics of ancient sword immortals. However, even after being refined by Chen Pinggan, they were still unable to use their abhinas. The exquisiteness of the sword could only stagnate at the realm of extreme speed, toughness, and sharpness. This was the so-called reckless waste of God's gifts. However, after exhausting all his efforts, Chen Pinggan was still stuck at this level. After all these years, he would not feel sorry for himself. Chen Pinggan put away the other intrinsic flying sword's mysterious abhinas. On the training field, the small world that enveloped Chen Pinggan and the eldest sword immortal, Chen Qingdou, dissipated. Bai Lianshuang stood by the corridor in the distance. After confirming her guess, the old woman turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. In fact, when Chen Pinggan left the secret chamber of the Ning mansion as if he was sleepwalking, the old nanny had already sensed that something was wrong. However, at that time, Chen Pinggan was in a daze and had not completely woken up. He did not know that he had not only nurtured a natal flying sword, but also that this flying sword had already appeared in the world and used its natal magic to protect its master. Therefore, wherever Chen Pinggan walked, there was a small, almost natural world around him. When Grandma Bai saw the old man, her surprise was no less than that of her son-in-law finally growing a natal flying sword. She hurriedly bowed and cupped her fists, respectfully saluting the eldest sword immortal, and then silently left. On the way there, the old woman raised her hand non-stop. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the old sword immortal. He then bowed without saying a word. There was no need for words. With his hands behind his back, Chen Qingdou slowly ascended the dragon beheading cliff. Chen Pinggan followed closely behind. Chen Qingdou said as he walked, she was the earliest benefactor of the human race. I still remember this old almanac. I have remembered it for 10,000 years. When you first came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I actually already found some clues. Although her 3 strands of sword qi are no longer entrenched in the 3 acupuncture points, I am very familiar with that qi. After all, my swordsmanship came from her previous master. However, other than worrying that this is a scheme of the mastermind, I also have my own selfish motives. I, Chen Qingdu, am returning a favor. How to repay it and when to repay it, I have the final say. That's why she pretended not to see her hint. She didn't personally rebuild the longevity bridge for you, nor did she do anything to help you nurture your life-bound flying sword. All of this was so that we could meet again after 10,000 years. I owe her a favor, not Chen Pinggan. If she is unhappy, she can come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to find me. Chen Qingdu sat on a long bench, facing the south. He could see the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man lamented, "So many ancient people are my old friends, even my juniors. So many ancient gods and barbarian demons are my enemies. They are even souls that died under my sword. You won't understand how lonely it is." Chen Qingdu laughed. "It has been many years since I saw the wall from so far away. I remember when it was first built. I once stood on the side of today's Taixiang Street. I joked with my two good friends, the Dragon Monarch and Guan Zhao, that with such a high wall, we can defend for 10,000 years. We finally did it." Chen Qingdu turned his head to look at Chen Pinggan and said with relief, "Today's fortune is not something you asked for from others, nor is it given to you by others. You fought for it yourself." Chen Pinggan stood up and clasped his fists. "I still have to thank Boss for imparting the Tao and protecting the Tao." Chen Qingdu said, "If you really put it that way, it is barely acceptable. It's just that looking at the process with a good outcome, there is kindness everywhere. Looking back at life with a bad outcome, there is malice everywhere." Chen Pinggan laughed. "I'm just stating the facts. I have a lot of grievances, but I don't have the guts to nag at Sword Immortal Boss." This was the truth. If he was still stating the facts, if he had successfully rebuilt the longevity bridge in his first time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a Sword Immortal, there would not have been so many accidents. He would not have needed to carry a long Qi sword and go to the East Sea Monastery in the Tongya continent. Perhaps there would not have been the battle at Old Dragon City after that. There would not have been the heart-questioning game at Calligraphy Lake where he could only cultivate his heart to make up for it. There would not have been the life hanging by a thread set up by Jiao Cheng and He Xiaoyong at the Skeleton Beach. There would not have been the strenuous and unrewarding heavenly tribulations. There would have been a completely different scenery. As for what kind of life it was, there was no way to know if it was better or worse. There was also the predicament at the Great Wall of Sword Qi today. If he really wanted to nag, Chen Pinggan could argue with Sword Immortal Boss for a few days. Chen Qingdu nodded. "Kid, you still have some affinity with your elders." Chen Pinggan asked softly, "When can I reopen that item that's so close to me? Once the war gets intense, I'll definitely have to accompany Ning Yaro and the rest to leave the city to fight." He only said half of it. The other half was, of course, the lack of an item that's so close to me that I can't use it. It will hinder me from picking up scraps to earn money. If I have to carry a big sack and run around like Jiu Jianlong, I'll have a basket full of righteous words. Chen Qingdu was puzzled. "Why don't you ask Yang Ming about such a trivial matter?" "Why are you asking me?" Chen Pinggan was skeptical at first. He always felt that with Uncle Yang's style of doing things, how could he, who was personally appointed by Sword Immortal Boss to help him sneak into the inverted mountain to worship the Sword Pavilion, make such a big mistake in an item that contained the painting of Sword Immortals? However, Chen Pinggan quickly understood. It was indeed a trivial matter. He could just borrow an item that's so close to him from the rich and overbearing Uncle Yang. Chen Qingdu did not care about Chen Pinggan's little scheme. He guessed that this kid had borrowed something from him. As for whether he would return it, it was hard to say. However, Chen Qingdu's so-called affinity with his elders was very accurate. Yang Ming, who had high hopes for his only son, Yang Qian, would not be stingy with an item that's so close to him. Yang Ming's attainments in the way of the sword were not high, but he was good at making money. Therefore, he liked Chen Pinggan very much. This was very different from Yu Qing's impression of this young outsider. Yang Ming was a patriarch of a big clan who had high hopes for Chen Pinggan from the start. Chen Qingdu looked like he did not care about anything, but in fact, he cared about the younger swordsman. Chen Qingdu suddenly said, "Your two natal flying swords are not as simple as one for attack and one for defense. They are different from people of the same age like Chi Shou and Gao Yeho. Their flying swords are not weak and their skills are not shallow. It's just that in the future, the possibility of connecting multiple flying swords together will not be as high as yours. One had to know that the scholarly sage was in charge of the academy, while the mountain lord and the water deity were in charge of the mountains and rivers. As for Chen Ping'an's intrinsic flying sword, which had been praised by the elder as what a fine sparrow in a cage, it was still up to Chen Ping'an to discover if it possessed such a supreme divine ability that could raise a realm. As long as he became a swordsman and had a natal flying sword, he would be able to survive the most difficult stage of creating something out of nothing. In the future, he would have the confidence to talk about high and far places and be free in body and mind. Chen Qingdou stood up and said with a smile, "Finally, you have some decent skills." Just as they were about to return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the old man turned his head to look at Chen Ping'an and asked, "Previously, when the sword wills and the river of time washed over your body and soul, how did it feel to be so thin that your bones stood up?" Chen Ping'an also stood up and said with a bitter smile, "It was countless times more difficult than when I practiced in my hometown. I definitely don't want to do it again." Chen Qingdou smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Chen Ping'an's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head with a straight face and said, "Boss, sword immortal, it can't be a coincidence." Chen Qingdou said, "It is." Chen Ping'an accepted his fate and said helplessly, "Senior, you have the final say." Chen Qingdou laughed and said, "This time, the process of your bones standing up and body melting will be much, much slower." Chen Ping'an asked with a trembling voice, "You are already a swordsman, why do you still have to do this?" Chen Qingdou gave an answer that Chen Ping'an would never have thought of: "The resentment of young people is not good." After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared. The whole Ning Mansion's dragon-slaying cliff and the small pavilion appeared out of thin air in a small world that sword immortals could not break even in 100 years. Chen Ping'an was suppressed and sat in the middle of the pavilion. From the top of the pavilion, the sword light was like a strange waterfall that flowed at an extremely slow speed, smashing onto Chen Ping'an's head. The body of a martial artist in the golden body realm was like a porcelain that had not broken after being smashed on the ground, but countless cracks appeared. Especially the head and face that were the first to be bathed in the sword will waterfall, it was the first to suffer. If Chen Ping'an could still use his yin spirit to travel far away, he would discover his true body. The current scene was even more tragic than the face of the lady of the Flying Eagle fort in the Tongya continent. Not only the skin, even the pair of eyeballs were starting to crack slowly. The most torturous part was that the changes were spreading out bit by bit, like the growth of plants and trees. Compared to Chen Ping'an's experience in the secret chamber of the Ning Mansion, one was fast and one was slow, two extremes. After the waterfall touched the ground, it did not rush out of the dragon-slaying cliff and the small world of the pavilion. Instead, it was like an ancient well that bore the weight of the rain from the heavens. The well water gradually deepened and the water level gradually reached Chen Ping'an's knees. This was more than just being buried in a white blade. It was clearly like being ground to death inch by the boundary between heaven and earth. Sword cleansing, sword cleansing, sword cleansing. It had always been sword cultivators who cleansed their swords. When had there ever been a sword cultivator who used his physical body as a sword to be cleansed and refined? The old woman sensed the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth again from afar. She was gratified and said, "I never thought that young master would become a sword cultivator. He's even more diligent in his sword practice." Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhuozhuo asked, "How was it?" Chen Qingdu laughed and said, "First, there was the beast ancestor who held a long sword and pointed the tip of the sword at the wilderness. Then, there was the natal flying sword that imprisoned Chen Qingdu. As the senior brother, what else do you want from your junior brother?" Zhuozhuo's face was tense as he said, "It was eldest senior brother and youngest junior brother." Chen Qingdu clicked his tongue and said, "I beg you people of the sage of literature lineage to have some dignity." Zhuozhuo was in a good mood and really did not pursue the matter this time. However, he could not help but frown and asked, since he has the natal flying sword, why didn't he immediately rush to the battlefield? Chen Qingdu said, "I begged him to come. That kid has become a sword cultivator and is so arrogant that he refused to come. Zhuozhuo laughed heartily and said, "It's still eldest senior brother who is a sword cultivator." Chen Qingdu suddenly said, "A war is ultimately not a fight. Your youngest junior brother understands this better than you. However, there are some things that I will tell you later." This time, the demon army's attack on the city quickly created an extremely spectacular accident. On the battlefield, the physical bodies of 5 towering mountains were directly erected. They were all extremely tall mountains in the wilderness. This was the great demon Zhongguang's mountain-shifting divine art. After this battle, this ascendant realm great demon directly damaged his Dao foundation. It was equivalent to him withdrawing from the upcoming siege battle. He could peacefully recuperate in Commander Jia's tent. The price that the wilderness had to pay to move the 5 mountains was definitely not limited to the great demon Zhongguang's cultivation base. For example, the mountain gods that originally guarded the 5 mountains were all mountain lords of the upper 5 realms in the wilderness. Now, they, together with the mountain temple and the golden body, had merged into the fate of the 5 mountains. Otherwise, even if the great demons of the wilderness could move the 5 mountains, they would not be able to break through the torrent of sword qi and move it to this battlefield. Although the 5 mountains were only half the height of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was still a huge problem. Not only did the demons advance faster and more steadily, but the 5 mountains that appeared out of thin air each had a protective spell formation that flowed with the light of treasures. Within the spell formations were the great cultivators of the wilderness who had set up the formations early on. It was as if they had given up half their lives. The great demon Zhongguang was able to successfully place the 5 mountains here not only because of his own cultivation base, but also because of the demon race's secret arrangements in the opening battle. In addition to the magical techniques and treasures of the cultivators on the mountains, they had completely cut off the roots of the mountains and rivers. In the end, they had worked together to refine the 5 mountains and hand them over to the Ascendant Realm Great Demon Zhongguang. Thus, the price was enormous, but if they succeeded, it would be the turn of the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pay with their lives and flying swords. In addition, the sovereign great demon who had once been the ruler of the Yeluohe, the woman in the dragon robe who wore the imperial crown, seemed to have replaced the withered bone great demon Bai Ying and was in charge of the latest phase of the siege. She was called Yang Ji, and it wasn't as if no one in the world of wastelands didn't know her true name, but those who had the right to know were ancient existences who knew her well. Whether or not they knew her true name was meaningless, and neither side would truly fight to the death. She had already given all the rivers and lakes under her command, including the Yeluohe, to another great monster. But before handing over her property, she had naturally held back some of the water from several rivers and stored it in her natal artifact. At this moment, the 5 great mountains towered above the earth. She personally oversaw one of the mountains. She didn't reveal her true form, just like a young lady from a noble family who was enjoying the scenery. At the foot of one of the great mountains, she was all smiles. She gently bent down and shook out a total of 5 jade-green water droplets from her dragon robe. She smiled and said, "Go, the mountains don't move, the water flows. Act as a moat." In the end, a raging river appeared at the base of each of the 5 peaks, circling around the 5 mountains. The water was extremely vicious and filled with baleful energy. Many of the ghosts that had managed to survive on the battlefield had not been able to do much and would have been refined by the sword qi sooner or later, but when they entered the water, they became malicious ghosts that swam aimlessly through the river. In truth, before the mountains and rivers interconnected, many of the sword immortals in charge of their respective duties had attacked almost at the same time, both to cleave the mountains and to save the life-bond flying swords of the middle 5 realms. Even though the sword immortals attacked very quickly, there were still hundreds of life-bond flying swords that were suppressed by the 5 mountains that suddenly appeared, shattering on the spot. If not for a sword immortal who was not known for his immense killing power, who used his life-bond flying sword to transform into a golden godly spirit and forcibly held up the mountains with his shoulder, successfully stopping them from taking root for a moment, the losses on the battlefield where the sword immortals of the middle 5 realms had attacked were unimaginable. This time, even Nalan Shaowei did not hold back. He struck out with his sword, and the red lifebond sword that was as slender as a reed disappeared in an instant. It eventually transformed into an extremely long red flood dragon that was covered in flames. When it wrapped its body around a mountain and sank into it, not only did the mountain's rubble and vegetation were destroyed, but even the entire mountain was about to shake. Nalan Shaowei's flying sword flood dragon and the peak great demon's river clashed with each other. The flood dragon created countless huge waves that slammed against the mountain. Lu Ji attacked almost at the same time. Yu Qing, Yaro Lianyun, and Li Tuimi also attacked. Indeed, the Savage World's move was far too troublesome. Its influence on the future of the battlefield was extremely far-reaching. If they were not careful, they would give the enemy what seemed to be 5 cities as a stronghold. With the endless methods of the other great demons, it was very easy for them to attack from one point and directly turn the battlefield on the ground into a dangerous confrontation between the mountains and the city. Flying maidservants wrapped in ribbons and hugging peepers appeared around the 5 mountains. They were as tall as the women of the mortal world, except that there were tens of thousands of them. As a result, it was an additional protective formation of the mountain. They each played their peepers, and various sounds of nature rang out. Some were graceful and gentle, while others had the forceful charm of a general taking off his armor. Strands of water spiritual chi were guided by the peepers, and mist rose. In the end, they transformed into jade-green threads that swept into the sky. They connected with the multicolored ribbons that fluttered in the wind, as if they had draped a green veil over the 5 mountains. Li Tuimi directly confronted his sword on a mountain peak. The woman wearing the imperial crown summoned a pitch-black Dharma idol that grabbed one of Li Tuimi's massive flying swords. The flying sword was originally meant to slay some of the demonic cultivators at the peak of the mountain. However, after it was stopped by the great demon Yang Ji, not only was he not worried that the flying sword would be taken away and hurt the foundation of a sword immortal, but Li Tuimi, the chief consecrator of the Yang family, instead became ferocious. Not only did he summon his second natal flying sword, Silver Thread, he drew a long silver sword radiance between the mountain and the city wall and pierced towards the center of the Dharma form's brows. Li Tuimi himself flew forward with the wind. He held the long sword in his hand and stood straight like a rainbow in the sky. The Dharma idol was so large, and the sword immortal was so small. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Li Tuimi's immortal companion and 3 direct disciples had all died at the hands of the great demons of the Yeluohei. In any case, he was all alone. If he did not confront his sword now, when would he? The woman smiled charmingly. The great sword immortal's courage is indeed a little big. Then let me make you lose your courage. 5 mountains, 2 defensive formations, thousands of demon race cultivators who specialized in attacking the talisman faction, more than 1,000 Dharma treasures, and Yang Ji personally overseeing one of them. Even if the sword immortals attacked together, they would not be able to easily shake the foundation of the Dharma idol. He did not care about this. He knew that Li Tuimi, who was in a killing frenzy, was already determined to die. He wanted to blow up his own body and 2 sword orbs. He also wanted to destroy most of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which had lost the initiative, and win a chance for the sword immortals behind him to destroy the mountains. Once the 5 mountains were allowed to take root on the battlefield, they would become more and more stable. Future battles would only become more troublesome. Even if the 5 mountains were all gathered, even if only one of them was lost, there would still be 4 remaining. If none of the sword immortals of our generation died in a great battle, could it be that everyone would just stand by and watch the juniors like little fatty Yang die first? There had never been such a saying in the 10,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The left and right swords cleaved the pitch-black Dharma idol into 2. Not only did Li Tuimi not take the opportunity to retreat to the top of the city wall, he even released a resplendent sword beam. Together with his 2 flying swords, he crashed into the middle mountain peak. Everyone, Li Tuimi will take his leave first. Yang Ji frowned. The black dragon robe on his body suddenly floated away from his body. Like a cloth covering a bonsai, it instantly enveloped the entire mountain, preventing the suicidal sword immortal from completely destroying the mountain's array formation and roots. If that happened, the Great Wall of Sword Chi would not be able to withstand the continuous attacks of the Sword Immortals. It would also cause the trap hidden deep in the Great Wall of Sword Chi to surface prematurely. With the mountains gathered on the battlefield, if the Great Wall of Sword Chi's attacks were not strong enough, the Sword Immortals would naturally be able to gain a foothold. It would be equivalent to pushing the battlefield a few hundred miles closer to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If the Sword Immortals did not give up and did not go overboard with their attacks, it would be even better. It would be like adding fuel to each other's fire. Every time the Sword Immortals sent in their forces, they would be slightly weaker. This was the situation that the savage world wanted to see the most. That was because the Sword Immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Chi were qualified to add fuel to the fire. In the opening battle, the savage world had purposely made it so that it did not hurt, but in the second battle, the Great Wall of Sword Chi would be severely wounded. A group of Sword Immortals would be killed. But Li Tuimi's suicide attempt had already infuriated the former mistress of the Yeluohei. Yang Ji communicated mentally with the other 4 peak great monsters hidden in the other 4 mountains, telling them not to panic. In particular, Yang Ji was adamant that the old man in the middle of the mountain was not allowed to act on his own. What surprised her even more was that left and right had failed to save Li Tuimi and even made an unimaginable attack. After Li Tuimi had resolutely destroyed his golden core, nascent soul, all of his soul, and 2 sword orbs, Yang Ji's immortal armament robe had actually suppressed his momentum. If everything went as expected, he would only have destroyed half of the protective array and would not have much of an effect on the mountain's foundation. But left and right had thrust out his sword, using his vigorous sword intent to tear apart the mountain covered by the black dragon robe and slash at Li Tuimi. Li Tuimi, whose sword light had been half restrained by the black dragon robe, laughed noiselessly as he departed the mortal world. After this strike, Li Tuimi's body and Dao vanished. His 2 life-bound flying swords exploded with a thunderous boom. An immortal sword cultivator did not even leave a trace of his soul behind, causing the entire mountain peak to be blown apart. Not only that, the 100-some monster talisman cultivators near the mountain peak, whose lives were directly tied to the protective array, all of them under the nascent soul stage were killed. A slight change in one part would affect the entire situation, causing the slowly stabilizing foundation of the mountain to tremble. After left and right had thrust out that sword that was bound to provoke endless criticism in the world, she did not stop while she was ahead. Instead, her body swelled with sword chi and she landed on the much shorter peak of the middle mountain. She gripped her sword with both hands and nailed it into the mountain peak. How big could a mountain be? Could it really withstand the sword chi of left and right? The great monster Yang Ji was furious, but she was also decisive. She gave up the immortal weapon robe in order to stabilize the fate of the mountain. Not only that, but she also ordered the peak great monster, who also had a throne and was half her Daoist companion, not to make a move. It was too difficult to kill left and right, so she could deal with left and right personally. The rest of the 4 mountains had to kill a few great sword immortals like Li Tuimi. Otherwise, the second stage of the plan would become a huge joke. She revealed her true form, and her huge body instantly climbed to the top of the mountain. Yang Ji did not care whether or not she would kill innocent talisman cultivators along the way. Other than this middle mountain, which had caused a huge commotion, the other 4 mountains were relatively stable, but that was only relative. Hidden Official, who had been playing with her braids, was in high spirits when she saw this scene. She turned her head and looked at Chen Qingdou from afar. The old man said, "Go play by yourself." Hidden Official bent her knees slightly, and a violent tremor came from the top of the city. Hidden Official, who looked like a little girl, left the city. She directly smashed through a mountain. The extremely slender and short little girl, after landing, patted some dust off her head, and then began to run back and forth on the ground. She used her head to chisel through the entire mountain. Every time the little girl broke through the mountain, she would be covered in dust and grime, but she would wander around casually, looking very happy. The 2 close friends from the snowy peak continent, who did not look like sword immortals at all, looked more like fishermen and woodcutters. Sword immortals Zhong Liao and Li Ding looked at each other and smiled. If it was an ordinary step-by-step battle, it would be fine. The two of them would live as long as possible, and kill more beasts. They would not feel guilty or uneasy. But since the other party happened to come up with such a method, how could they let a bunch of beasts, who did not have many books in the whole world, win the momentum and monopolize the limelight? No, no. Therefore, there was no need for words. The two sword immortals, both sides, almost at the same time, left the great wall of sword chi on their swords. Like two rapidly falling meteors, they chose a mountain. One landed at the foot of the mountain, the other halfway up the mountain. The fishermen of the world liked to row boats, and Zhong Liao, who had an innate affinity for water, was no exception. But this was the last time in his life to go sightseeing, so he did not have to deliberately pretend to be cultured. Sword immortal Zhong Liao directly stepped into the vassal river of the Yeluohe and said with a smile, "Snowy Peak Continent's sword immortal Zhong Liao." And after slowly ascending the mountain, Li Ding, who was walking back to back with Zhong Liao, released sword light from his 7 orifices and bones, and smiled knowingly. What a coincidence, I am also a Snowy Peak Continent's sword immortal. The two sword immortals calmly went to their deaths, directly destroying the roots and water of the entire mountain. On the city wall, the eldest sword immortal narrowed his eyes and stared at a place, and then took a step forward. The grey-clothed old man standing at the northern entrance of the Jiazi tent smiled. "No hurry, you and I will be responsible for finishing. As long as you don't attack, I will definitely not attack." In any case, Chen Qingdou's greatest ability is to watch the juniors die in front of him. The grey-clothed old man looked at the great demon of Middle Peak, Yang Ji, and gave her an order. The greatest trump cards of each of the 5 peaks no longer concealed themselves. Whether they were Ascendant Realm Great Demons or Immortal Realm Sword Immortals, they all left their original hiding places. As for whether the mountain could continue to take root in the battlefield, the lives of the thousands of talisman demon cultivators on the mountain, and how long the protective formation could last against the sword immortals, it was no longer important. The 4 great demons all rushed toward Middle Peak, wanting to meet up with Yang Ji, who had revealed her true body. Surround and kill. In the territory of Middle Peak, a short old man hovering on a sword appeared. He was suddenly dozens of feet tall, with white hair and eyebrows. He carried a long staff on his shoulder and slowly rose into the air on his sword. During this period, every time he opened his mouth and sucked, dozens of Peeper women would be swallowed into his mouth as if he was chewing soybeans. Dong Sangeng laughed and said, "That little bastard." Chen Shi and Qi Tingji wanted to follow Dong Sangeng and leave the city wall. These 3 old sword immortals had all carved a large character on the great wall of sword chi. However, Chen Qingju said, "Let left and left cultivate the sword with life and death. If there is no battle in the world, there is enough here. Life is too smooth, and too much of a loner. His sword skills won't be that good." Dong Sangeng, who was rushing to the battlefield, and Hidden Official, who was still playing on the battlefield, and left. They needed to confront Yang Ji and the Sword Immortal, 2 of the most powerful great demons in the wilderness, and the other 4 great demons. On the wall, Yang Ji bit his lips and remained silent. On the other side, Cheng Quan and Qi Shou were fully focused on the battlefield and did not notice Chen Ping'an. He was motionless, and his face was full of struggle. When Chen Ping'an's out-of-body yin spirit could move freely, it was already too late. On the battlefield, there was an even bigger accident than the sudden appearance of the mountain. Hidden Official broke through the sword chi with a punch and directly pierced through left and right's abdomen. If left and left had not dodged on the line between life and death, their hearts would have been smashed by the punch. Left and left had already retreated a few miles away when Dong Sangeng grabbed him by the shoulder. Dong Sangeng took the full force of the old man's attack and left the battlefield with left and right. Apart from a few sword cultivators, everyone else on the Great Wall of Sword Chi was astonished. They were shocked to the extreme. Hidden Official spat out a mouthful of blood, then tilted his head and looked at Chen Qingju. He raised his middle finger and said, "Old farts deserve to die the most. Go to hell." Chen Qingju's face was expressionless as he glanced at the Hidden Official. Then, his gaze shifted to Dong Sangeng and Zuozue as he muttered to himself, "Zuozue, Your little junior brother told me earlier that we should be careful of the hidden official. Other than Dong Sangeng, even Chen Shi and Qi Tingji had to be careful. Chen Shi's resentment was too great, and Qi Tingji's ambition was too great. Most importantly, these two old sword immortals with outstanding battle achievements felt that they had no qualms about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but their hatred for the entire vast world was etched in their bones. However, Chen Pinggan only knew about the past of these two old sword immortals. He only knew about 37 major and minor incidents, and only 6 key sentences. He still could not say whether they would betray the vast world. It was still up to the eldest sword immortal to decide. On the ground, hidden official waved her hand. The two sword immortals, Zhuan and Luo Shan, who were attacking a nearby mountain, immediately stopped and came to her side. With their backs to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they headed towards the vast world. On the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pang Yuanji swayed and finally fell onto the wall. This young sword cultivator's face was unknowingly filled with tears. He could not understand why this was happening. Without the pressure of heaven and earth, Chen Pinggan could finally move freely. However, he did not scold Chen Qingju for deliberately hiding the truth, nor did he visit his severely injured senior brother. The world was full of right and wrong, and the flow of good and bad was not simple. Therefore, Chen Pinggan only sat where he was. He opened his folding fan and covered most of his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. He stared at the battlefield in the south and said slowly, "There's still a fight." (626). This battle was extremely short. The scale was small, and people died quickly. It was like a border army meeting on a narrow path. The wasteland world did not immediately launch the next round of attacks. Obviously, many of the key military camps did not expect this result. There were too many surprises, and they had to adjust the details of their strategy under the established framework. Instead, they gave up the remaining 3 mountains on the battlefield. The large mountain in the middle was completely shattered by the battle between Zuozue and Yangji. The other mountain was destroyed by the 2 foreign sword immortals of the Snowy Peak continent at the cost of 2 lives. Then, it was forcefully split apart by Lu Ji's sword light. The remaining 3 mountains were in shambles. One of the mountains was destroyed by the hidden officials Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery sword immortal. This was probably the last battle achievement of these 2 traitorous sword immortals. If they met again in the future, they would exchange swords with each other. They would fight to the death with their former comrades and fellow sword immortals. On the 3 mountains, the few demon cultivators of the talisman lineage who were lucky enough to survive could only wait for death. Even if they escaped far away, it would be meaningless. Their lives had long been linked to the survival of the mountains. There were also some fierce and ruthless ones who were decisive. They called for their friends, gave orders, and reactivated the Great Mountain Barrier Formation. Even if they died, they would make the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi send out as many swords as they could. Sword immortal Zhao Jiuqi found Cheng Quan, and together they flew on their swords to a mountain. Zhao Jiuqi wanted to protect Cheng Quan and refine the mountain as much as possible to help Cheng Quan use it. Mother *K, if I leave the city now, I will feel like a traitor. Cheng Quan was inconsolable on the way. King Bamboo Nunnery, lowly Luo Shan, before today, you were all friends I was willing to exchange my life for. Zhao bastard, tell me, will you also stab me in the back in the future? If you will, give me a quick death. When we reach the top of the mountain, I only ask that you don't stab me like a wishy-washy woman. Let me die faster. Zhao Jiuqi cursed, why would Song Tsayun like a trash like you? Cheng Quan's face turned pale. Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi had won this battle, none of the sword cultivators on the city wall were happy about it. The hidden official actually betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi and brought the 2 sword immortals from the Luo Shan Bamboo Nunnery to join the wilderness. On the previous battlefield, the hidden official had severely injured the left and right guards, who had been fighting alone, with a single punch. Apart from those sword immortals whose sword hearts were sufficiently clear, almost all sword cultivators, especially the young ones, were shrouded in a haze that could not be dispelled. Chen Pinggan fastened the folding fan to his waist and steered the talisman boat towards the thatched cottage. Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin temporarily stayed in a small thatched cottage. He sat on his left and right by the bed. His abdomen, which had been pierced by a punch, was filled with sword chi. The sword chi could not produce flesh and bones because this was simply the second round of the dangerous battle. Senior brother needed to use the sword chi to resist the after-effects of the hidden official's punch. Otherwise, for a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms who had tempered his body, no matter how serious his injuries were, it would not make Dong Sangeng feel shocked and feel that something was wrong. Dong Sangeng, who was guarding the door, said angrily, "Chen Qingju, what the hell is going on? Is the hidden official possessed?" Chen Qingju, who was standing on the wall in the distance, said without turning his head, "You are not blind. What your eyes see is the truth." Dong Sangeng flew into a rage because this old sword immortal had always had a good impression of the hidden official. He felt that the hidden official was a rare kindred spirit. The old sword immortal's most valued grandson, Dong Guanpu, who was once regarded as the next candidate to become the sword immortal of the engraving sword, was very close to the hidden official in the early years. Dong Sangeng had already seen the young man who floated to the ground and put away the talisman boat. He was still angry and continued to shout at Chen Qingju, "Then you should have killed him just now." Chen Qingju sneered. Dong Guanpu's defection to the wilderness was exposed. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi knew about it. "Did I know? Did I kill him before you guys made a big deal out of it?" Chen Pinggan pretended not to hear anything. Back then, when the sword immortals gathered on the city wall, the eldest sword immortal personally killed Dong Guanpu. Chen Pinggan saw it with his own eyes. It was just that at that time, Chen Pinggan's thinking was still very shallow. He did not really understand the Great Wall of Sword Chi. And what puzzled Chen Pinggan the most was that Ning Yaro said that Dong Guanpu was a good person. As a sword immortal and a descendant of the Dong clan, it was true that he betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was a good person, but it was also true. How should he settle this score? Perhaps to this eldest sword immortal, guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi was really just guarding the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Dong Sangeng suppressed the anger in his heart and told Chen Pinggan that his senior brother would not die. Then, the Dong clan's patriarch left the place. Chen Pinggan did not enter the thatched cottage. Instead, he gently closed the door. After witnessing such a magnificent and tragic battle where sword immortals and demons could die, one would feel even more insignificant. After witnessing the choices made by his eldest sword immortal, Chen Pinggan felt that if he were to walk through the mind-examining game at Calligraphy Lake again, he would be able to do whatever he wanted even if he was at the same cultivation level as before. Chen Pinggan did not stay at the thatched cottage for long. He went to where Ning Yaro and the rest were. Ning Yaro looked at Yang Ji and then shook her head at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Ji's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. The family's head consecrator, the immortal realm sword immortal, Li Tuimi, was dead. This old man was the person that Yang Qinian hated the most when he was young. This was because Li Tuimi, who looked down on Yang Qinian the most, had personally said many terrible things about Yang Qinian when he was young. Li Tuimi, who looked down on Yang Qinian the most, had personally said these things. That was why Yang Qinian had become the laughingstock of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Otherwise, with the status and wealth of the Yang family on Xuanhu Street, and with the temper and shrewdness of Yang Qiu's father, Yang Ming, the head of the Yang family, who would dare to trample on Yang Qiu, who was the only son of the Yang family? Even though Yang Ji had risked his life again and again to become a true swordsman and become friends with Ning Yaro and Chen Sanchio, Li Tuimi, who was worshipped by the Yang family, was still unwilling to look Yang Ji in the eye. Yang Ji humbled himself and begged Li Tuimi to teach him swordsmanship. Li Tuimi only said that he was old and poor. How would he dare to teach the young master of the Yang family swordsmanship? That would be misleading him. Yang Kie did not expect that when Li Tuimi was willing to teach him swordsmanship with a straight face but a hint of a smile in his eyes, the old man would die just like that. He would become the first great sword celestial to die on the battlefield. Chen Pinggan sat beside Yang Ji and did not console him. This was the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The person beside him was Yang Ji. There was no need for him to console him. Anyone could get through this. Who would be unfamiliar with the death of a loved one? Other than the dead Li Tuimi, there were also the temporarily living Wu Chengpei, Dao Wen, Zhu Cheng, and the rest. Who was not like that? Even sword celestials were no exception, much less sword cultivators. As well as so many people whose intrinsic flying swords had been shattered, each of them living a life worse than death. It was fortunate that only he had heard the last words of Sword Celestial Elder. That was because there were too many hidden meanings in his words. For example, the hidden official knew that Dong Guanpu was a traitor, but he did not convict him. Chen Qingju would not say much about this. If he dragged it out, so be it. Dong Guanpu was a child who thought too much. Even if he deserved to die, he was still alive. Every day he lived was a day. If not for Dong Sangeng's insufficient swordsmanship and accumulated insufficient battle merits, he would not have been able to intimidate the Sword Celestials from the large clans on Taixiang Street and Xuanhu Street and incur their wrath. He would not have been able to use his battle merits to protect the life of a traitor's grandson. Therefore, Dong Sangeng was unable to protect Dong Guanpu, which led to a group of Sword Celestials going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to denounce him. If not for the hidden official's bloodline turning a blind eye, Chen Qingju would have turned a blind eye and allowed the Dong family to detain the unfilial Dong Guanpu. At most, they would have thrown him into Old Def's prison. That was all. Ning Yaro sat beside Chen Pinggan. "Are you all right?" Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, "Very good." Ning Yaro actually had a lot of questions, but there were so many that she did not know how to ask them. Chen Pinggan said gently, "You don't have to think too much. Let me think about it." The two of them looked towards the south. Yang Ji suddenly asked, "Did I disturb the two of you?" Chen Pinggan opened his folding fan and fanned Ning Yaro. He smiled and said, "Everyone, be more aware." Dong Haitan, who was about to sit beside Ning Yaro, stopped. He did not stand up or sit down. His posture was strange. Unexpectedly, Chen Sancho sat beside Yang Ji, Fan Dash sat beside Dong Huafu, and Stack Zhong sat beside Chen Sancho. In the end, everyone looked into the distance. Quietly, they waited for the next battle. Pang Yuanji was speechless for a long time. The young sword cultivator, who was regarded as the next hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had a dark heart. His heart was dead. Sword immortal Gao Yuqing, who had been beside Pang Yuanji, sat beside him in a daze. He wanted to say something, but he did not dare to. Marquis Gao Yeho sat beside Pang Yuanji and said, "Bear with it." Pang Yuanji was in a daze. Marquis Gao Yeho was silent for a moment. Then he said, "If you really want to know the answer, don't be so depressed. Instead, strive to ask the hidden official yourself one day. Let her tell you the answer personally." Pang Yuanji muttered, "You are not me, and I am not you. I can't do it." Marquis Gao Yeho sneered. "All right then. From today onwards, the hidden official's lineage will cease to exist." Unexpectedly, a young lady came quietly behind them. She crossed her arms and said, "I'll take over the lineage." "It's settled then." Pang Yuanji smiled sadly. He turned his head and asked, "Lu Duan, why didn't you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Sword Immortal Guozhou and that Chen Pinggan both wanted you to leave." Guozhou's eyes lit up. She shook her head and said, "No matter how much they respect and admire my father and master, that's what they think. As a sword cultivator, shouldn't we have our own way of living and dying?" Pang Yuanji smiled bitterly. Even if she understood the logic, what could she do? Marquis Gao Yeho gave her a thumbs up and laughed. "Lu Duan, well said." Guozhou looked at Marquis Gao Yeho and said helplessly, "Why are you praising me? You should praise my master for teaching him well. This is called praising two at once. You don't know how to do it." Marquis Gao Yeho was speechless. Only Ning Yaro and Dong Budi could gain the upper hand in dealing with Lu Duan. Gao Yuqing could not help but laugh through her tears. Guozhou glanced at the young lady and said sympathetically, crying and laughing, "Your brain must be damaged." So you're just a little melon. Gao Yuqing pulled Marquis Gao Yeho's sleeves. Marquis Gao Yeho laughed angrily. Now you know how to look for your brother. Guo Zhujiu shook her head. She followed her master and walked away. She muttered to herself, little melon, a young lady who can't grow up, a water that can't be spilled, so sad. Gao Yuqing's face flushed red. Marquis Gao Yeho also felt sad that he had such a sister who sided with outsiders. Pang Yuanji's smile was forced. He continued to look towards the south. Even further south, he hoped to see his master again. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, all the sword cultivators who were familiar with the two sword immortals, Zhong Liao and Li Ding, were extremely sad. The two sword immortals who were the most carefree in their hometown were publicly known to be aloof from worldly affairs. But in the end, they died on the battlefield of Savage World. Simply put, there were many businessmen in Pure World. In truth, these sword cultivators, 32 of them had different cultivation realms. They were all considered to be different in Pure World. The two with the highest cultivation realms were Zhong Liao and Li Ding. Both of them were unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortals. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, when they looked at the sword cultivators of Pure World who had the least number of people, they never looked at them differently. But deep in their hearts, they were unhappy. There was no need to say much about the North Continent. It was the continent with the most sword cultivators in the vast world. It could not be compared. The South Swirl continent was the closest to the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It had a few hundred sword cultivators. There was no need to compare. But other than that, the Fuyao continent, Liuxia continent, Jinjiao continent, these three continents had more sword cultivators than Pure World. There were only two continents with fewer sword cultivators than Pure World. The smallest continent in the vast world, Aquarius continent, had the Wind Snow Temple sword immortal Wei Jin, a young sword immortal who could compete with the native sword immortals in terms of talent and attainment. Then, there was Chen Pinggan, who was not a sword cultivator but was able to win the respect of sword cultivators. The last continent was the Tongyi continent, which was famous for not liking to interact with other continents. The Aquarius continent had internal strife, while the Tongyi continent had great demons causing trouble. Only the Pure Jade continent was peaceful from beginning to end. On the contrary, the business of the cross-continent ferries to the inverted suspended mountain was flourishing. Now that Zhong Liao and Li Ding, the two sword immortals of their continent, had died in battle, logically speaking, this was something that was enough to make the sword cultivators of Pure World proud. But they did not feel proud at all. It only made the sword cultivators of Pure World even more depressed and unhappy. Somewhere on the city wall, there was a group of scholars dressed in scholarly robes. Among them, Chen Chunan had a serious expression. Chen Shi and his closest friends, Liu Xianyang and Qin Zhengxiu, stood at the side. Chen Shi was extremely worried. He said softly, "If we defend, many people will die. If we don't defend, we will be letting down those who have already died. In front of us, there is the native sword immortal Li Tuimi, Pure World's Zhong Liao and Li Ding. If I were that big brother sword immortal, my Dao heart would have already collapsed." Liu Xianyang squatted down as he chewed on a stalk of grass that he had plucked out of nowhere. He said vaguely, "Sword immortals and sword cultivators are all used to boss presiding over the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It has been too long. It's hard for anyone to imagine how this senior feels." Qin Zhengxiu said in a low voice, "In the past 10,000 years, including the current battle, there are a total of 96 battles. We have never lost." Liu Xianyang said, "The battlefield is on the land of the south. It is also in the hearts of the people of the north. That is why we have always won, but also lost." Chen Chunan suddenly said, "We are the world's ruler. We cannot escape the blame. We have made a great mistake." This old man who was the ruler of the world was not speaking from his heart. He spoke directly. Other than Liu Xianyang, even Chen Shi, a disciple of the Chen clan, Qin Zhengxiu, a scholarly gentleman, had a change in expression. Hidden official, with Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery sword immortal, swaggered to the commander's tent. The grey-robed elder stood outside the tent and said with a smile, Don't worry about not having a fight on our side. As long as they are in the Ascendant Realm and did not contribute to the siege, you can choose them. If they are killed, continue to kill whoever dares to complain." The hidden official nodded and reached out to grab one of his ponytails. He shook it gently and grinned, "When we reach the vast world, give me half a continent of land and let me kill all the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Cowards, their shells and meat will be smashed together." The grey-robed elder did not refuse. Why should he refuse? The little girl in front of him was simply the best great Dao seed in the world. Her compatibility with the great Dao was unparalleled. Staying by Chen Qingdo's side was torture for her all the time. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had never been her place of cultivation. It was a big cage that imprisoned her heart. Hidden Official was a sword cultivator born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How could she not have a natal flying sword? However, in every battle, she almost never used her flying sword. At most, she would use a long sword of the sword workshop to chop it off and then change to a fist. The grey-robed elder rarely regretted. One of them was that Hidden Official, who grew up in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was not born in the savage world and did not go to the moon-bearing mountain to cultivate early. Otherwise, the positions of the 14 seats in the ancient well would all change. This ancestor of the savage world was accompanied by only one person at the moment. It was the bearded man with a sword on his back. Luo Shan looked at the famous sword immortal in the savage world and asked, "Why didn't you draw your sword or sword? Why did you let Dong Sangeng save your people?" The bearded man said indifferently, "Since you are a sword immortal and a woman, I will talk nonsense with you. I don't need to explain who I kill and who I don't kill." Luo Shan was just about to speak when the bamboo nunnery sword immortal reached out and grabbed her wrist. The grey-robed elder smiled. "There is no need to be so reserved. According to the rules set by the moon-bearing mountain, you are the most important guests of the savage world. Within 1,000 years, there will be no mistakes. If Liu Cha draws his sword on you, it will be considered as asking the sword to support the moon-bearing mountain, right?" At this point, the elder looked at the bearded man. Liu Cha was silent. Then the grey-robed old man casually said a few words to the man named Liu Cha, Luo Shan, the bamboo nunnery sword immortal, and the other great demons in the commander's tent. "Our wildlands is indeed an uncivilized land of barbarians. It is not the Great Wall of Sword Qi, nor is it the vast world. I don't have many rules, only a few. All of them are valid, and those who disobey will die." Hidden Official said seriously, "Oh right, my silly disciple Pang Yuanji. Even if he wants to die, don't kill him. I still want him to ask the sword again and again in the future." The grey-robed elder smiled helplessly. "Don't nag me about such trivial matters. Let Luo Shan and the bamboo nunnery go to the Jiazi tent and the Wu tent respectively." "You should know." Hidden Official asked, "Then what should I do?" The grey-robed elder said, "The place that Chen Qing calls the rat's nest. Under the well, there are still some damned demons who are lucky to be alive. If you are bored, you can go and kill them all. Maybe it will help you break through the realm earlier." Hidden Official blinked. "Are you afraid that Chen Qing and I will work together? That I will break your robes?" Going to the rat's nest and killing those Ascendant Realm demons who were struggling at death's door, while her realm was steadily improving, it was actually a kind of mysterious integration with the savage world. From then on, her life and death would be related to the whole world. She wanted to break through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm and become an immortal existence like the old blind man. This was the price she had to pay. Heaven and earth were furnaces. Was cultivating the Tao to become a thief? Even the Ascendant Realm couldn't escape this kind of shackle. If she really wanted to break through this barrier, she had to do something magnificent. She had to use her own small world to refine a part of the big world. After refining all of it, she would be the Confucian sage, the Buddha, and the Tao ancestor. The grey-robed elder laughed heartily. "Just tell me if you want to go or not." Hidden Official smiled brightly, rose from the ground, turned into a rainbow, and went straight to the rat's nest. What kind of world could she refine in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The Great Wall of Sword Qi? The Great Wall of Sword Qi was Chen Qing, and Chen Qing was the Great Wall of Sword Qi. But the savage world was different because the grey-robed elder hadn't really refined the whole world, so she still had a chance. Maybe in the future, she could even wrestle with this demon clan ancestor. Liu Cha frowned and asked, "Do we have to give way to her like this? One sword principle, one knowledge, two of the biggest advantages, enough for you and you am I. You too can't take all the good things." The grey-robed elder laughed. Chen Qingdu died again. When I reach the vast world, the sage of rites should come out of the mountain. I want to see if the scholars of the vast world say that in every troubled world, there will be heroes to save the world. Liu Cha asked, "What about Bai Zi?" The grey-robed elder sneered, "He's almost the same as the old blind man. He's so disappointed that he won't help either side." Liu Cha suddenly said, "When the darkness is gone, the light can be seen." The grey-robed elder laughed and asked, "Then have you ever thought about which world is the most suitable for this sentence? If you only talk about purity, which world has the purest mind?" The grey-robed elder stretched out two hands. "In the vast world, people's hearts are going down. But we are going up. This is the most unstoppable trend." The elder clenched his fists and whispered, "When you reach the vast world, it's your turn to draw your sword." Liu Cha nodded. "It should be so." The grey-robed elder suddenly patted the bearded man's shoulder. "When you go there, beat them until they feel pain. You'll have the chance to see that alliance again. When the time comes, I'll allow you to use one of the continents in the vast world as a small wager for your sword competition." Alliance had been to many places in the wasteland and killed many demons. But he also became a true friend with a swordsman hero, and that was Liu Cha. After Alliance returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he joked with a group of little kids about Liu Cha. He did not disappoint. Big body, rough appearance, righteous spirit, bold and unrestrained, he could write poems. Of course, after saying these unimportant words of courtesy, Alliance quickly returned to his normal self. He spat on his palm, ran his fingers through his hair, and revealed the secrets of heaven to those startled children. After laying the groundwork, it was time to get to the main point. No matter how impressive that guy was, he was still subdued by my elegance. Without a second word, he wanted to give me his sword as a gift. When I refused, he wanted to use his sword as a brush to write a poem. Who am I? I'm a proper scholar. Liu Cha, aren't you just asking to be humiliated? Seeing that I didn't nod and agree, that guy couldn't stop writing. A stream of ancient time water flowed into my palm. Dense qi for 1,000 miles, wearing down my ancient sword. Don't be petty. What? You guys haven't heard of a single line? It doesn't matter, it's just average anyway. If you can't remember, then so be it. But in the future, if any of you meet that Liu Cha on the battlefield, don't be afraid. If you can't beat him, immediately tell him that you are Alliance's friends. But that self-proclaimed scholar Alliance was even more of a hoodlum. Unknowingly, he had stayed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 100 years. He never wore a green robe and had a jade pendant hanging around his waist. He never looked like a real scholar. When he left, the swordsman didn't even have a sword. He just wore a bamboo hat and a saber. No one knew that when Chen Qing was sending him off, he said solemnly, "Since you're leaving, don't ever come back again." How could an outsider like you stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for so long? Even if you don't leave, I will chase you away. That man only rubbed the shoulders of the sword immortal elder while smiling mischievously. If there's any good wine, help me keep it. Whether I drink or not depends on my mood. But whether I keep it or not is the law of the martial world. But in the end, the man straightened his bamboo hat. Before leaving the thatched cottage, he turned his back to the old man and said, "If the Great Wall of Sword Qi had turned around, I wouldn't have come. No matter how good the wine is, who can I, Alliance, find to drink it?" After the withered bone great demon Bai Ying and the old Yeluohe's common lord Yang Ji, the role overseeing the demonic army was changed to that great demon with thousands of palaces and jade pavilions. Her name was Huang Luan. Huang Luan still sat alone on the railing. She seemed to be in a celestial city filled with the cries of phoenixes and cranes. In the city, there were the different climate changes of the 20 solar terms. Some immortal residences were filled with the cries of autumn cicadas. Some courtyards were filled with willow leaves that resembled little eyebrows. There were also daoist temples where jade was planted incessantly and snow covered the ground. There were also many graceful talisman beauties, either sticking yellow flowers in front of mirrors or fanning fireflies. And in the residence where Huang Luan sat on the railing, there was the Ruoi stream that Huang Luan loved the most. The clear water flowed through it, and there was the white-haired old fisherman manifested by the talisman paper, as well as the beautiful maidens of silk washing and lotus gathering, who did the same thing year after year. At the foot of this city on the clouds was the demonic army that had gathered and steadily advanced. They were all cultivators, and their cultivation levels were not too low. They numbered more than 50,000, and even the weakest was a grotto realm cultivator. Moreover, they had spirit artifacts and magical treasures. Thus, there was no need for them to break through the three sword formations of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, much less attack the city like ants. On the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a flood of flying swords that poured down toward the south. This time, there would also be a great river in the wasteland, formed from countless spirit artifacts and magical treasures. The light of treasures would soar into the heavens and surge toward the northern walls. You have the river of Sword Qi, and I have the great river of treasures. It would be a head-on collision between the two rivers. Since they had already decided to use half of the world's power to attack this lone Great Wall of Sword Qi, how could they not have a battle formation to show for it? They would exchange their spirit artifacts and magical treasures with their natal flying swords to see who would feel more heartache. There were no schemes or intricate arrangements. It was just a competition of resources. If that old woman Yang Ji was slightly more capable and not so useless, and could rely on the 5 mountains to stabilize their footing, the losses on the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be greater. Who would have thought that Li Tuimi's and Zuo's attacks would mess up all the arrangements? Not only were they unable to kill more immortal sword cultivators, they almost lost everything. It also caused Huang Luan's own siege battle to be greatly affected. Otherwise, the closer the battlefield was to the city, the faster the casualties on their side would be. However, the damage to the natal flying swords of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would also be greater. 5 upper 5 realms mountain monarch deities and thousands of talisman cultivators sacrificed their lives to refine the mountains. Then, Chongguang moved the mountains and suddenly threw them onto the battlefield. The military tent remembered all the accounts clearly. If not for the hidden official's betrayal, which could be considered a great help, Yang Ji would be in big trouble. After all, the siege of the city was no longer as crude as it used to be. So many military tents were not just for decoration. Even if the cultivators in the military tents did not have high cultivation realms and there were even many young children, in the eyes of the Grand Ancestor and Tuoyue Mountain, as long as any military order was out of the military tents, even Huang Luan, Yang Ji, and Bai Ying would have to think twice. Huang Luan raised his hand high and waved it forward lightly. The demon army's treasures were all deployed. In the night sky, it was as if a bright river of stars had suddenly hung up. Even an ancient existence like the great demon Huang Luan had to admit that the scene in front of him was spectacular. It was very fresh, but he did not know how many times he would have the chance to see it in the future. As long as he reached the vast world, according to the previous calculation, it would be very difficult to have such an opportunity. Huang Luan was surprised and took the initiative to open the restriction. He turned his head and smiled. Rare guest, rare guest. It was Yang Ji, who lost more than half of his immortal weapon robe. During the battle, most of the fragments were collected by this nostalgic woman. However, if he really wanted to repair it, not only would it be troublesome, it would not be worth it. It would be better to just go to the vast world and snatch a few pieces by force. Today, Yang Ji, who was wearing plain clothes and wearing a wooden hairpin, sat by the railing with a gloomy expression. Huang Luan smiled. Why, do you want to snatch the credit from me? Yang Ji said, I'm just helping you to earn some credit. Although the great ancestor did not say anything harsh, he was obviously not too happy. After this battle, it can be considered as a gesture to the great ancestor. After that, I have to return to the wasteland and personally kill those wandering sword immortals. Huang Luan looked at a certain place in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and felt a little regretful. To be honest, even he was kept in the dark about the hidden official's betrayal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He did not know that there would be such an unforeseen event. Yang Ji asked, "The city in the north and the inverted mountain, when will our chess pieces attack?" Huang Luan smiled. "How would I know that?" Of course, the army under his feet was not standing still. They took out all kinds of life source items from afar. The entire formation was constantly advancing. The torrent of sword qi collided with the river of treasures. It was incomparably dazzling, like thousands of sparks from an ancient god's sword. They kept sputtering and sprinkling down like a rain of fire, illuminating the great wall of sword qi and Huangluan's city in the sky. Other than that, there were ants similar to the first opening battle. They were madly charging forward from the two sides of the army. It was not a pretense, but a real sacrifice to fill the battlefield. This was what Yang Ji meant by assisting. Because these nonentities were all Yang Ji's vassal forces and direct subordinates. A great demon at the peak of the great demon realm naturally did not just sit beside Huang Luan and enjoy the scenery or fight against the torrent of sword qi a few times. Many nonentities would die, and he would directly wipe out several old forces that he had painstakingly cultivated. There was one good thing about the wasteland. Under the fist, they would submit to fate. If they were unwilling to die, they would die first. Furthermore, it wasn't like they were just throwing their lives away. There were many military tents that kept detailed records of the casualties and battle achievements. If they died, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. If they didn't die, they would make a huge profit. The world was vast, and as long as they could get past the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would be able to earn money every day. There were innumerable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the immortal clans and organizations that were at the mercy of the wildlands. Huang Luan suddenly smiled playfully. When did the Great Wall of Sword Qi become so orderly when sword immortals attack? This handsome man with an immortal aura reached out and patted the railing lightly. He complained incessantly, "It's over." In this way, the other side's losses are destined to be lower than the military tent's expectations. Yang Ji, is it because you are too unlucky that you implicated me? Look, Yu Qing, Mi Hu, and many other sword immortals who were rumored to not be on good terms with each other are so particular about formations when they use their swords. Those unruly sword immortals can fight in a small area and work together seamlessly. It's very normal. But tonight's scene can allow almost all sword immortals to superimpose their natural mystiques to the maximum. Isn't it both impressive and vexing? Yang Ji's face was gloomy. He sneered, knowing that they will die, they are still stubbornly resisting. Huang Luan watched the battle for a while and lamented, retracting the battle line and withdrawing the sword immortals for 3 miles. Is this still the Great Wall of Sword Qi that I heard of? Yang Ji asked curiously, since it's troublesome, why are you still watching? Huang Luan smiled, let those young fellows in the military tent train more. It was originally a demonstration for later generations to watch. Besides, I don't think that we will lose too badly on this battlefield. If we want to be in a stalemate with the vast world in the future, we can't just rely on the few of us. Yang Ji turned his head and looked in a direction. Far away, there was an even larger battle formation that had yet to arrive at the battlefield. They were all native sword immortals of the desolate world. No matter how precious a sword immortal's life was, they could not just be raised and treated as decorations. To be able to ask the Great Wall of Sword Qi and use it as a whetstone to wash their swords and survive, only then could they be considered a true sword immortal. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, an extremely strange small hill was temporarily put together. There were more than 10 people, and about half of them were foreigners. They were gathered with the identity of the hidden official's newest sword immortal. This was also the first time in history that the hidden official's bloodline had recruited foreign sword immortals. As for the duties of the supervisor and scribe, they were still handed over to the old sword immortals and Confucian disciples of the hidden official's bloodline. However, the former's identity as the hidden official's bloodline had been lost. After gathering these people, Lu Ji quickly left, leaving behind 2 scrolls sent by the Daoist saints. Lu Ji spread out the 2 large scrolls on the horse path. On one of the scrolls, it was the scene of the sword immortals clashing with the treasure river. The other scroll was further south of the battlefield. It was the distribution of the demon race's frontline in the desolate world. The picture was relatively blurry, but the further north it was, the clearer it was. It was as if there was a divide that was separated by time and place. Lu Ji only said that no one was responsible for killing the enemy for the time being. They were all part of the hidden official's bloodline. Other than that, this female greatsword immortal with outstanding combat power did not say anything else. Most of the sword immortals looked at each other. Firstly, most of them did not know each other at all. Secondly, they were confused and did not know what to do. Miu was the most awkward one because he was the only sword immortal in the upper 5 realms. They could not just stare at each other. Miu, who had the highest cultivation level, said, "Everyone, introduce yourselves first. I am Miu, Jade Unpolished Realm." A handsome youth in white smiled and said, "Lin Junbai, Middle Plains Divine Continent, just reached the Dragon Gate realm." People constantly spoke. Snow Mountain Continent's Deng Liang, Nascent Soul Realm. Fuyao Continent's Song Gaoyuan, Golden Core Realm. Drifting Dawn Continent's Cao Gun, Dragon Gate Realm. Gold Armor Continent's Shen Kan, Golden Core Realm. Other than that, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was Pang Yuanji, Dong Budi, Sichu Wei Iran, Jiyu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Guizhujiu, and Chen Pinggan. The happiest was Guizhujiu because her master was also here. She squatted beside her master. The two of them were wearing sleeves. One look and one could tell that they were family. And the one who was the most worried was naturally Jiyu Jianlong. When her master announced his name and cultivation level, Guizhujiu started clapping. Chen Pinggan, lower 5 realms. Chen Pinggan turned to his disciple and smiled, "Steady." Guizhujiu nodded vigorously. Lin Junbai said, "Even if this batch of demon beasts retreated, there will definitely be a large batch of sword immortals who want to challenge us. This is probably the reason why we are gathered here. Try to think of more possibilities for the other party and our countermeasures. The war is extremely tense. Other than sword immortal MI, our cultivation levels are not high. Therefore, our duty is to find loopholes and fill in the gaps. We are destined to not be of much help, but if we pool our thoughts and help out a little, we should be able to." While Lin Junbai was speaking, Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged at the edge of the painting. He held a folding fan and tapped his palm lightly as he stared at the painting. Lin Junbai looked at Miu. This awkward sword immortal smiled and nodded. Miu was not at all as relaxed as Jiyu Jianlong. Lin Junbai then looked at the deputy manager. Chen Pinggan did not even raise his head. He smiled and said, "Capable people do more work. Junbai, just give the orders." Lin Junbai was also not used to it. However, there was no need to be coy about it. He had to prioritize his priorities. At this moment, Lin Junbai felt as if he had stepped onto the chessboard and was playing against the entire desolate realm. If he could help the Great Wall of Sword Chi win a little, he would be helping himself and Xiao Yuanchao win a lot. Therefore, Lin Junbai did not hesitate. After thinking for a while, he began to assign tasks to everyone. He let Pang Yuanji and Dong Bud be in charge of counting and categorizing the natal flying swords and mystiques of the sword immortals on their side. Sichu Weiran and Deng Liang were in charge of recording the enemy cultivators' half-immortal weapons and key treasures. Xian Kan and Song Gaoyuan were in charge of recording the wear and tear of both sides' flying swords and treasures. Cao Gun and Wang Xinshui were in charge of observing the changes in the demon cultivators' battle formations. If they could be distracted, they would look for enemy great cultivators who were concealing their cultivation levels. Chen Pinggan looked at Jiyu Jianlong and greeted, "Brother Jiyu, what a coincidence. It's a small world." That Jiyu Jianlong ran over to Chen Pinggan's side and squatted down. He said righteously, "What kind of joke is this? How would I dare to let the second shopkeeper call me Brother Jiyu, call me Little Jiyu?" Finally, a short table appeared on the horse path at the top of the city wall. Everyone sat cross-legged on the table. Mi who had to copy the documents that he had to compile and then hand them over to Guizhuzhou to distribute so that everyone could read and exchange information. As for important information, they were not far from each other anyway. They could speak directly. Only Chen Pinggan did not have any substantial tasks. The reason was simple. After Lu Ji sent someone to deliver the table, ink, and paper, she said something. From this moment onwards, Chen Pinggan is the new hidden officer of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Mi who was helpless. Pang Yuanji felt relieved. As long as it was not him, it did not matter to him who took over as the hidden officer. It would be best if it was the second manager. Lin Junbai's expression was complicated, but it disappeared in a flash. He became more certain of his guess. Now that there were many sword immortals changing their sword formations, it was this person's suggestion. Jiyu Jianlong went against his conscience and smiled. When Guizhuzhou clapped alone, it was as loud as thunder. As for the hidden officer, who was the youngest in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and had the lowest cultivation level, he stood up and received the ancient jade token that symbolized the hidden officer's identity. He shook his sleeves and sat down again. He hung the jade token at his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the blade strengthening gourd. On the table, other than brush and ink, there were stacks of blank account books waiting to be written. There was also a closed jade bamboo folding fan. Chen Pinggan interlocked his fingers and looked at the extremely familiar table layout. He smiled and felt good. It was as if he was overseeing a small world without using his intrinsic flying sword. What do you mean by a new hidden official? It was nothing more than changing from a bag shop that cheated both the old and the young to an even more skilled accountant. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.